Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to beautiful Jeju. We are here for the KPC Poker Cup. And my name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Corey Van Jaarsveld. We're here for the KPC main event, final day, down to 18 as of yesterday. We started with 152, and we are down to our final 18 players. Corey, have you got me?
I certainly have. Pumped to be here. Started with over 1,200 players in this event. We're down to the final 18, and in just a little while longer, we'll be looking at that final table.
Very, very exciting stuff. These guys playing for a first place prize of around 200 million Korean won. There was an 880 million guarantee that was absolutely obliterated. It got up to 1.406 billion. So pretty ridiculous turnouts here for the poker series that's currently running. This festival is going absolutely incredibly. And ladies and gentlemen, I will have to let you know that we're probably going to be a little bit biased in the booth, aren't we, Corey? We're probably going to have some
not at
bias.
all.
Let you know that one of our very, very best friends is sitting in seat number 2.
Yeah, we are. We'll do our best to keep things neutral, but we wouldn't mind seeing our boy Dylan ship this thing.
I think Dylan actually came into this one, into the final day, as the chip leader. He's sitting there with around 4.5 million in biscuits. So he has plenty at this blind level. And he, do you reckon he looks comfortable? Do you reckon he looks comfortable?
He looks
there,
pretty
Corey?
cozy there. Yeah, he's been here more than once before. He knows what to do, knows what it takes, and he's confident. He's put the work in. He belongs here.
Yeah, yesterday I completed my hosting and managed to get the opportunity to stand on the rail and cheer Dylan on for a while. And yeah, man, there was nothing was shaking that guy. He was so comfortable. It's going to be fun to watch him crush today.
Aside from your railing, Jordan, I see you found yourself a podium finish in one of our side events.
Yeah, last night I, as we do see a gem with the ace-jack offsuit. Dylan obviously going to
Dylan tries to seal that one away.
Jack deuce.
Not much to do with that one. So
yeah,
tell us about your run.
I jumped into the one of the late night hypers. So what happens basically is each night here at the series at about 9 and 11 o'clock respectively, I think there's a 500k. So for those of you watching from Australia, 500 AUD hyper turbo that happens, and then there's another tournament at 11 o'clock that is a super hyper turbo, so 10-minute and 5-minute blinds respectively. And Corey, I'll tell you, I'm not very up to speed on my 6 big blind average ranges, but that was what we were dealing with when we got down to the final 7 players, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was really exciting. I max late regged the tournament, ended up coming third for 4 million won. So casual 8 buy-in upswing. We take it.
Very good. I imagine you must have won some flips along the way.
Well, I was saying that there was something that happened at the very end of the tournament for me that was a bit unfortunate, but I have to be honest, I won basically every flip. I think I won like 4 or 5 flips up to that point. I mean, I think I made like 12 big blinds on the bubble as well. So yeah, it was a really fun tournament. I really enjoyed it, and yeah, maybe I need to fire some of these if I get the opportunity throughout the course of the rest of the series.
How long does it take to finish a tournament with 5-minute blinds?
We were finished by... The tournament started at 9 o'clock. Oh, well, the 10-minute tournament, the one that I was playing, we started at 9 o'clock and everything was wrapped up by about 1:30, I think. So it was very, very quick. And it had 87 entries. So
wow. Now that is a hyper.
the Jack-8 offsuit. I will say that this gentleman has featured himself prominently in the Australian poker scene, actually. He's definitely been in the mix down under. So we saw him run very deep in the WPT Prime Korea main event that we had earlier this week. He was on the final table of that one, coming in 9th position. And now he's running deep in this one. I will let you know as well, Corey, there is a bit of a bubble kind of lingering. Things may stagnate at this 18 mark. Obviously, we see the chip count still on 51 bigs, very comfortable. Chunky Ping next closest in chips with 21 blinds. But there is a bit of a bubble that we're kind of experiencing at the moment where the top 16 players in this event will actually lock themselves down a 5K USD opening event ticket for the King Poker Cup series in January. And so we're 2 places away from that. So that's probably why things are slowing down. That's the equivalent of basically double what they would cash for at that exact payout. So they definitely need to have their ICM caps on.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of US dollars, we're looking at about a 6K payout as it stands right now. No immediate pay jump for the next eliminated player, but up to 16, there's about an $1,150 US dollar pay jump. And now with that 5K package added in, that's actually going to be one of the most substantial pay jumps that we see for quite some time. In fact, it's going to be bigger than any pay jump we see prior to the final table. Even our jump from 8th up to 7th is actually less than 5,000 US dollars. So, yeah, I think you're right, Jordan. If these guys are being mindful of that, it certainly, in theory, should change your strategy a little bit with this 18 players remaining. The question is, do these guys want to make those adjustments, or do they want to just sort of throw caution to the wind and try and build up a stack going towards that FT? First place is the equivalent of just shy of 140,000 US dollars. So certainly a lot to play for today. It'll be interesting to see how the dynamics are affected with this package and how things go approaching that final table.
Yeah, and that's talking about the short stacks as well. That's not even talking about Dylan. He's got 50 bigs. As I think we found out what Wen wants to do with his quote-unquote strategy with this bubble lingering. Jack-9 offsuit for a touch over 12 bigs. Just goes in from the small blind. This seems pretty aggressive, and I think he might be running into a calling hand, though Shang needs to know that if he does call, he would be crippled if he loses.
Yeah, it's a pretty big percentage of his chips to make this call. Typically in high ICM pressure situations, you want to lean towards being the one shoving and not calling. But again, now, this is a really good test of how much do these guys want to adjust to that added ICM from that 5K package. Certainly in a vacuum, A6 suited is a hand that we can be calling here. But is the risk worth the reward?
I feel like A6 for 12 is blind is just a call, right? You just shouldn't be folding, but that does go down, and that's definitely that bubble we're wondering about.
Yeah, I mean, it's for like 13 and change. We don't know the exact. That's 1.1, so we'll call it 13.5 maybe. Still, typically we would just be sighing and calling this. We don't love calling the A6 suited, but we are going to be ahead the majority of the time. We dominate a few hands. Obviously, we dominate some small aces, but there's going to be some other hands containing a 6 that can shove here as well. I mean, things like a 7-6 suited, an 8-6 suited, maybe even a 6-5 suited might decide to just put the pressure on a jam. King 6 is a hand that could certainly be shoving. So plenty of hands that we're actually in really good shape against, as well as a lot of hands we have 55, sometimes up to 60% equity against. But yep, the question is, do we want to take the risk of being knocked down to 400,000, 5 big blinds, as we approach those pay jumps in the final 2 tables?
Yeah, and I wonder, what I was saying just before we saw that all in is, I wonder how Dylan is going to adjust. I mean, obviously he has 51 big blinds, and a lot of these guys are sub 15. So when it gets to the 17 stone kind of jump bubble, essentially, is what I guess we'll call it, I wonder how his aggression factor is going to change. He hasn't really had the opportunity to VPip many hands so far, but I'm sure he probably will widen up a bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the that added ICM pressure, as the big stack, he is allowed to really ramp things up and go for a little bit more. The challenge that he's facing is basically everyone he's opening into has a stack that they can jam over the top of him. And like I said, you're the one that wants to be jamming, not calling in high-pressure ICM scenarios. And the short stacks will have the opportunity to pull the trigger on that jam themselves. So even though Dylan is the player with the chip lead, there's only so much that you can do with it with a stack distribution the way that it is around the table like this. And right on cue, we see a rejam here.
Yeah, these sixes going in for those 1.5 million. Obviously,
a little bit shy of 20 bigs here.
Posturing.
Number 8, fold. Number 6, fold.
Win certainly seems to be showing he is happy to get after it, play a little bit loose, play a little bit speculative, and leverage this pressure to his own advantage, but he's going to get punished this time. Sang pulls the trigger on the jam with the sixes and gets it through. Yeah, Dylan in a pretty commanding spot at the moment. Plenty of the players at the table can certainly do some damage to his stack, but even if he was to double up the second place stack, he would still be in second himself. So pretty comfortable spot at the moment. It's important not to force it any more than it needs to be forced, but you can certainly be on the lookout for some opportunities that present themselves due to that chip advantage.
Number 2, fold.
Now I have to ask Corey, obviously you were in the booth already this festival with one of the finest gentlemen in all the land, Liam Murray. How were the comms for the first couple of days of that? I mean, looking forward to probably jumping in with Liam a little bit later on in the week.
It was very, very good fun. I mean, that teams event's got to be one of the highlights. Of all the events that I've commentated, it was one of the most fun. The atmosphere was just electric. Everyone having such a good time. People getting after it, making moves, gambling it up, and just having a good time in general. The format was very, very cool. Admittedly, pretty confusing. certainly went through the rules a handful of times over the course of the broadcast. But once you wrap your head around it, it's a very, very creative and very, very fun system. Very fun format.
Oh,
an absolute blast commentating.
This isn't fun for Lin Chenan. Wu Yao Yan waking up with pocket kings, only with about 8 big blinds in total with the big blind that he's got invested already. And I think this is going to be an expensive hand for the pocket eights.
Yeah, I mean, this one just has to go jam and just has to go call. The eights cannot be folding for a jam of this size. In fact, you expect to be dominating your opponent a reasonably good percentage of the time. We see quick call from the eights, and Lin will get the bad news. He is in rough shape. Looks like an 8 might have hit the muck already, as he's only playing 13% here.
A 6-7, no help to the pocket eights. Kings needing to fade a single out. Oh, make that 8 outs. The river card, what will it be? Oh, 3-side spade is safe. And the pocket kings will find the double to 1.4 million. And yeah, Lin Chenan is crippled down to sub 10 big blinds.
We saw a pretty brutal pocket eights hitting a 1-outer similar to this on our WPT Prime Korea final table, but unfortunately for Lin, he's not able to have history repeat itself this time. It is Wu that will find the double and get himself right back in this game, courtesy of the pocket kings.
And I will let you guys know that you see that there are a few open seats at this one. We are currently, throughout the course of this tournament, 8 max. So with 18 players left, we've got 3 tables of 6 running at the moment. Just 2 more bust outs and we will collapse it down to 2 tables of 8.
That could actually have a notable impact on how things play, given that that sort of pseudo bubble is occurring at 16 with that ticket being added. And also at 17, we'll have 3 short-handed tables. That certainly does create more opportunities for those big stacks to take advantage. If Dylan as our chip leader needs to open into 6 players to try and take things down, and all of them have reshove stacks, it's not a very attractive thing for him to go for. But when he's going to be the button every 5 hands, that's going to be a lot of opportunities for him to try and pick up blinds and antes and just play small ball, aggressive poker, and basically lean on these guys and apply that pressure.
Queen 10 for Yulhan Liu. We'll have a quick shout out. I'm not going to say the entire message, but Bear Grylls RS and YouTube is cheering on Mr. Dylan Wayne. So thanks for tuning in, mate. Queen 10 for 15 in the mark from the button.
Yep, tight fold, and yeah, I think that's going to give us the info that we need, Jordan. These guys are going to be making some adjustments for those pay jumps. Locking up that package is going to be a big part of their objective. If Queen 10 is hitting the muck here from the button, I don't know what more we need to see.
And look, it's really nice that that Dylan is choosing to wear a scarf at this table. If he was just bare, I think all of these guys would get a little bit too scared of his handsomeness. So he's really doing them a solid. If you guys are watching on YouTube, please feel free to send some comments through in the YouTube chat. We've got everything open here. If you were unaware as to who you are listening to today, my name is Jordan Bromley, joined by Corey Van Jaarsveld. We're taking the show on the road, no longer doing commentary just in Australia. We are officially landing overseas, and you guys have to be, you guys might want to get used to us. We're not going anywhere in a hurry.
Yeah, we're going global, boys and girls. We're here.
Number 8, fold.
Ace 7 for Wu here. So a pretty snug fold on the button just a moment ago. Be pretty surprised to see this one hitting the muck. It's a suited hand, but it's not a very impressive one. Playing only about 8 big blinds to start this hand. If we're just considering the chips, it's not unreasonable to flick in a defend here, look for an opportunity to stop and go. But there is some ICM implications looming. And with that factored in, it's best to just play it snug and pass up on these hands. Look for a spot where you can put the whole 7 big blinds in. Look to get a double and get back into it, or maximize your fold equity when trying to take down those blinds and antes.
Still at 18. Don't think there's been any bust outs at the outer table. Oh, Zhang Yiping being quiet. Let's see if that's going to change. Pocket jacks. Expect this one's going to get taken north to 160.
Number 7 raise. I should run.
No, just goes straight to 200.
Up to a
Messing
couple
about
hundred
with these min
K.
raises. Seven six suited for Yu Han, obviously just going to be mucking, just utilizing some time. These guys, you might find them letting that clock wind down. Obviously, they need to wait to see, given this is a bit of a bubble situation, players busting at the outer table. Don't want to be acting too quickly and potentially getting themselves into a spot of bother.
Number 1 fold.
Down goes Wuhanan. Oh, Dylan wakes up with ace queen.
This could get exciting. Not unreasonable to just pull the trigger on a rejam here, putting a lot of pressure on your opponents. If you get called, your equity is going to be reasonably good.
Yeah, wow, he does just rip. And this is going to be the first kind of big all-in confrontation we've seen at this table.
Number 5 fold.
Can we get down to 17? Oh, wow. Doitek Win waking up with the 8s in the big as well. Crazy stuff here.
Yeah, with the action in front of you, you surely just have to let this one go, but it's a pretty sad fold. If this was later positions and you were facing the same action, you can consider sometimes running this, especially against that chip leader who might just be able to be going a little bit wider than expected. But you've got to remember that we're looking at an under-the-gun open to start the action off here. Zhang, pressure is on him pretty heavily, but I don't think it's enough that Jax is ever going to be folding.
Yeah, but I have to calculate it.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that you've just seen him point to Dylan's stack. There's actually something that I learned yesterday in the Hyper, is that if you get jammed on and you are obviously covered, you can still ask for a count of your opponent's chips, and that would pause the clock. So,
You certainly can.
yeah, and you can see Dylan's a little bit confused by that as well, but yeah, it does get you a little bit of extra time. And these jacks are tanking, and honestly, Corey, I don't think they should be folding ever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you need the extra time from the count to know that these have to be put in. Yes, there is a pay jump looming. Yes, it is a significant one. But at the end of the day, we're playing for $139,000. Wow,
Whoa.
This is a huge fold, and I do not think it's a good one. We see it was going to be a coin flip. If you know that, then maybe there's some argument for finding a better spot. But these jacks do not have to be flipping. They do not have to be up behind. And in fact, there's a reasonable chance they've got the opponent in rough shape. I think this is a mistake here. And Dylan's going to be the beneficiary here. He's going to take that pot down. He's going to avoid the coin flip and turn his approximately 50% equity into 100. Adds to his chip stack and extends his chip lead.
损失惨重，给他打一下。
Yeah, definitely high tension spots. I mean, if Dylan gets that information in half an hour's time and that player with jacks is still sitting there, Dylan's going to go, oh, okay, let's just jam everything. If these guys are folding jacks for this much, then good luck.
Yeah, I mean, if they're folding hands that high up in their range, the chance that we get the jam through starts becoming extremely high. And if there's going to be several players at the table making similar folds to that, then we can flip what I was saying before about Dylan have to worry about getting re-jammed on if he wants to speculate and start putting pressure on, and he can just start open jamming the 20 big blinds himself. And he's just simply not going to get called unless he runs into aces, kings, or queens.
Number 1 fold. Number 2 fold. Number 5 fold.
Over to win in the small.
Number 6 fold.
Down he goes. And given how Zhang Yiping just played these jacks, I wonder what he's going to be doing as a big blind defense. Queen 3 offsuits, cuspy as it is, and yeah, he just snap folds.
Yeah, out of the way, yeah. I mean, against under the gun, we're just going to be mucking this regardless. Too likely to be dominated with the Queen 3.
我下家吧。你们啊？
他这个直播是延时多久？
正常的半小时吧。
Number 1 fold. Number 2 fold.
Nine, 8 of diamonds.
$500.
Number 5.
He is going to pull the trigger. It's an effective jam, leaving just some scraps behind.
Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold.
This jam is for a total of about 7 big blinds, and spoiler alert, it's not getting through.
Yeah, it's never getting through here.
You call.
Number 8. Number 8 fold.
Oh, he didn't realize there was chips behind. He's announced call, going to roll over the hand. Lin will have a pretty good idea that he's run into it. But he does have 35,000 chips behind. It's going to take a really bad flop for the rest of the chips to not find their way into the middle.
Okay.
I mean,
That's
that's,
a
a
good
pair,
enough
so
flop for the
obviously
9-8.
you're never folding. Ace King
9, 8.
has Lin Shenan at risk.
Number 5.
Needs to locate an 8 or a 9, or the running 7-5 or 10-7 combos, of course. That could help him out.
门票 bubble 的感觉。
See, 16%.
就这样
Not out of it.
怎么这么刚好啊？
Let's see how he does.
哦，
Oh my goodness, the 8 of hearts immediately. Wasting no time. River card
哎呀，
is a 10, and sit back down, sir. You are not going anywhere just yet, and Yu Han must not be too happy with that one.
完全没中，开 AKQ。
Just want to cover off a couple of people in the YouTube chat. Granty07G, I think I know who that is. Can't wait for somebody to get dealt the Jack King.
对，
Let's see what happens with that one.
吓死我，吓死
Because
我。
I think he wants to hear me talk about people Jack King off of the table. We'll see how that goes. Litterin saying the past live events were all Chinese commentators. Have they changed their strategy to have English commentators now? Yeah, Litterin, we've had English commentators. Well, I've been commentating the RDPT series for, I think, 1 year. I think it was November last year was my first time doing it with the crew, and I've done about 3 or 4 since then. So decided, originally it was actually myself and Grant who's hosting the series for the remainder. And now Corey and I, back in the mix, commentated many years ago in Australia. So we thought we'd better take the show on the road. Obviously, Liam Murray is another very good friend of ours who's also in the booth. So plenty of English commentary to go around. And I hope you are happy with that, because we are not planning on going anywhere in a hurry, just like how Dylan isn't. Finds the raise with the ace-jack offsuit to 160k.
Yeah, and we have had a Chinese commentary stream running alongside our English stream the last few days of commentary as well. I think today there is not a YouTube stream in Chinese, but I think there is a stream in a couple other spots. If you're trying to chase down a link for a Chinese stream, let me know and I'll see if I can grab them and copy them for you.
Number 7, 4.
Yuhan
See an
Dylan,
ace-5
small
suited
king
hit the
four of
mark.
diamonds. Yeah, that was a bit tight, but probably correct against an under-the-gun open range, I'd have to think, right?
I
see the
think so,
counter in the
yeah.
top right. We are on that 5k USD bubble right now, Corey. So there has been a bust out and an out of table. We are one player away from going down to 2 tables, and also one player away from these guys making an additional 5k US for themselves.
Number 8, 4.
A little bit of a Hollywood and a fold there, and it is over to Hanan Wu. Jack 10 offsuit, certainly a defendable hand. We do have to be a little concerned that we're up against under the gun.
Yeah, I mean, you are against under the gun, but you've already got a big blind invested. Obviously, the big blind ante is in there as well. I don't think you should be folding this one for a big blind more. Wow.
Very snug. Yeah, and this has probably got something to do with the pay jump looming.
And if Dylan gets this
interesting spot
information
here.
about... If Dylan gets the info on what these guys are folding and they're still at 17 in half an hour's time, I reckon we will see him just smile. Though I will say that you guys may notice that there is a severe lack of mobile phones on this table. So basically what happens here with the coverage is if the players are selected to go onto the feature table, their phones will be kept outside of reach. So we don't allow any mobile devices to be utilized on the stream. So any information that these guys want about what's happening on the stream, they won't have for 2 hours when they go on break.
Saw Lin make that snug fold with the ace-5 suited a moment ago. This time he is not facing an under-the-gun open. In fact, he's going to make one himself with the ace-7 suited. A reason for Grant to get excited here. Over in the YouTube comments.
Yeah, thank you for the kind words. There is a first time for everything. I haven't played tournaments for quite a while, and I've had a couple of min caches lately, so maybe I need to soiree my way back into the mix. I'll have to see. Oh, Steve saying it's rude to be as good looking as Dylan and crushing poker at the same time. Yep, went over this earlier. Definitely not fair as we get the Doom Zoom. Pocket aces. 740k, playing with about 9.25 bigs, obviously against an open. You kind of want to be a little bit sneaky at this stack depth with aces, but I think when you've already seen an open, you should just jam. And that's what he does.
Number 8, raise.
Yeah, I think off 9 big blinds, anything that isn't a jam or effectively a jam is probably telegraphing that you have pocket aces.
Yeah, if he finds like the 4 big blind min raise, it's just going to be so obvious, I think. Back over to Lin Shenan. A7 of diamonds facing this virtual all-in. I mean, given it would be for around 75% of his stack, I think he is just going to pass, and yeah, he does.
Yeah, it's a good fold.
So when are we going to see you popping over here, Corey? Definitely want to see you on the felt over in Jeju.
Well, me and Liam have been talking about it basically the entirety of our time in the booth, the first 4 days of this series, about how fun this looked and how excited we are to make our way over to Jeju to join in one of these things. In fact, we've already recruited you unknowingly, yourself and Aiden, to play on our team, the Broncos, in the next Red Dragon Teams event.
Oh, okay. Who's going to commentate then?
Oh, we'll come up with something.
Liu Yuhan with Pocket
Another
Kings is coming up with
premium.
something of his own. Yeah, aces and kings in back-to-back hands. That's a bit greedy. Come on, man. That's pretty greedy.
Yeah, save some for the rest of us.
Yeah. As I will let you know. Oh, we hear a dog in the background. I will let you guys know that currently in the room that I'm utilizing for commentating, they are setting up a bit of a film shoot. So in about 50 minutes, I'm going to have to dip out and allow them to utilize this space to film a video with a very, very important person in this series. Obviously, Wii Poker is affiliated with the mystery bounty that we're going to see happening throughout the course or the next couple of days in this series. And the Wii Poker ambassador is in the building, Patrick Antonius. So we'll see a couple of things popping up on socials with him, no doubt. And maybe I can swindle some things and hopefully get the opportunity to bring him into the booth if he so chooses.
Come on, Jordan. One time.
90% of the players in Jeju.
90%.
90%, I think.
I don't really have a problem. Just when I'm in a big pot, it's weird for me. But otherwise,
So I will let you guys know that at this stage we're still playing our regular 60-minute levels, but once we get to our final table, as with most of the other final tables here in the series in Jeju, in the Jeju Poker Festival, I believe we will go to a hand count for the final table. So it was something that we saw in the WPT Prime Korea final table, something that I experienced last night playing in my Hyper Turbo. So we are going to play a set amount of hands as opposed to actual minutes per level. For this, I think it's going to be either 25 or 30, given the 60-minute blinds. The 40-minute levels for the 30k Super High Roller experience, 17 hands per level. So there is going to be a set time, and we will definitely find out more about that once we get down to our final 9 players and let you know.
Jordan, how many hands did you play per level in a 10-minute blind tournament?
Say that again, Corey. I missed that.
How many hands per level did you play in a 10-minute Hyper Turbo?
Oh, guess. Have a guess. Have a guess.
5.
It was pretty funny. It was 5. It was exactly 5. So the blinds were going up 1.8 times per orbit.
I imagine that table didn't stay 9-handed for long, to be fair.
Actually, you'd be surprised. I think we were 9-handed for, actually, no, to be fair, we were 9-handed for about 4 hands, but we were 8-handed for like 2 orbits. It was kind of ridiculous at like a 7 big blind average.
Wow.
King 8 for a win Dewey took. Had a conversation with him earlier on in the week. Definitely loving his time here at the Jeju Poker Festival. He's been featuring in a lot of the tournaments. Also let you guys know that currently in the background we have the Baby Dragon Day 1C with 1D happening later on tonight. And the championship itself is going to be kicking off soon as well. If you guys have any questions about the series, or if I see there's a bunch of Aussies that are in there in the chat, if you guys want to know anything about the series, please let me know and I will do my best to answer. So yeah, the Red Dragon Championship Day 1A started at midday with a guarantee of 1.65 billion Korean won. Those of you who want to know that in Australian units is going to be around 1.7 million guaranteed Aussie. And if you'd like it in freedom units, it's about 1.2 million US.
That's a pretty big guarantee.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. There's also a Hyper Turbo High Roller happening later tonight, a buy-in level of 2K Australian. So replacing the Hyper that I played last night, no longer is it going to be a 500K entry, it's going to be 2 million.
Interesting open jam here from the Ace King. We saw the Pocket Kings just going for the min raise off an even shorter stack a few moments ago. And the Ace King is going to elect to just pull the trigger on the jam for about 16 bigs. Over to Lin. I do imagine the decisions are already made, but it's valuable seconds to be drained off of that clock.
Yeah, these guys obviously all waiting to try and get down to 16. But Bear Grylls saying, I wish Dylan would bless us with his singing voice. I will say that Dylan has been flexing his vocal cords a little bit out in the field. I heard a rumor that last time he was here, somebody actually handed him a microphone. So maybe that'll happen again.
I think that does a pretty good job to highlight the vibe of the Jeju Poker Festival and just sort of show everyone really is just here having a good time.
Key 9 for Wu Haonan.
Number 1 fold. Number 2 fold.
So quickly check, Corey. Have you experienced any kind of background noise on my end, or is the sounds okay? I just want to double check that I'm not getting much interference from the exciting stuff happening out on the floor.
Certainly seems pretty clear on my end.
Fantastic. That's good news to me. Oh, Window took Ace-9 offsuit. This one probably just going to have to go in. I mean, he starts with 8.8 big blinds. Very, very clear jam from the button. Obviously, that pay jump lingering, but this hand's too good, I would have to think. He's going to leave a chip behind.
Number 6. Raise.
Probably utilize some time banks if he gets re-jammed on and try to see if there's a bust out at an outer table.
3, 1, 10. 700, 5,000.
It can certainly be nerve-wracking to have to pull the trigger on jams in spots like this, but it does have to be done. 9 bigs, you're not going to get a whole lot of better opportunities than an ace-9 on the button here. This is a good chance for you to pick up those blinds and antes and keep yourself afloat, or potentially get called and double up. In fact, when we do get called by ace-9 in this configuration, we will often be in pretty good shape. This time we are just going to get it straight through.
Yeah, the 6 deuce is going to utilize a little bit of time to see if the guys, at the outer table want to send their stacks into the abyss, but no chips will be further going in by himself. It is naturally 8, but naturally it will go into the mark.
Interested to see if Dylan decides to get amongst it with this.
Number 2.
Yeah, he will.
Shooting 1.
Not deterred by the presence of all the rejam stacks behind him. And this king-queen offsuit will be a test as to whether Dylan's read that he can be a little bit cheeky and sneak these through is correct, or if the table's going to punish him.
Number 5. Fold.
And he will get it through. Over twin in the cutoff. This one's going to get around to the button
6. Fold. Number 7. Fold.
and to the blinds.
Number 8. Fold.
1 to go, and it's going to get past Wu as well. Easy, raise and take it for our table chip leader.
Sorry about that, Corey. I had somebody a little bit too overexcited stepping into the booth and wanting to say hello.
That's a huge gap between Dylan and the rest of the field. Almost 3.5 million.
Jack 6 offsuit, Lin Shannon. Plenty of patches around. I'm seeing poker chain, It's AVPT Global, KPC, obviously.
We had the birthday badges in the teams event.
Yeah, they were great. And
At first, we just thought it was
to you, by the way, Corey. Happy birthday, my friend.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Jordan. Thanks.
Oh, looks like A6 is good enough from the hijack. I think we found out who cares and who doesn't care about this 5K jump. A6 is probably fine for 11.5 bigs, but given this ICM situation, maybe it's a little bit wide, Corey. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the chip leader's in the big blind, if anyone's going to be able to call you a little on the lighter side, it's going to be him. That's going to be a big factor in the decision here. I think this is probably okay. The rest of the table is going to be pretty unwilling to call you off without a really big hand, but Win has certainly demonstrated that of everyone at this table, he is the one that is the least intimidated by that pay jump. But we see sometimes it's not so much about if people are going to overfold or overcall, and just the fact that someone can pick up a premium, and that is what's going to happen here. Win is in rough shape, but he does have a live card.
Yeah, D took Win, running it clean into the kings, and for the second time, Wu Hao Nan has woken up with pocket kings in the blinds. Last time it was against a player with 8s, and he found a full double. This time, the A6 offsuit obviously going to utilize a few of those time bank discs to see maybe if there is a bust out and out of table and he can sneak into that 5K bonus, but no, in they go, and he's just going to have to run it. He's going to be happy to see that he's not out of this entirely. He's still 31%. Yeah, we do have the all-in call, the triangle there in front. Let's see all 5. 4 of hearts, 4 deuce. Running straight or an ace is all he can have. The 7 of clubs is no help. 1 of 3 outs for D Tung Nguyen. The 3 of clubs spells GG, as we will be down to our final 16 players. And with that, guys, we're actually going to pause for about 15 minutes. We're going to have to redraw for our final 2 tables. Our man Fernando right there in charge will be running things. So we are going to step away for 15 minutes, and we'll be back relatively soon. Don't go too far.
See you all soon.
Of course. So many overpairs. Only kings.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup. Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal. Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup. Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal. Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup at the end of level 5.
Sorry guys, I didn't mean to make it difficult. All the phones are locked I don't understand why everybody else is so like agreeing to it. It seems pretty crazy. They just put the phone in a little thing. Somebody could cart it away and you'll never get your phone back. Oh. Next to you? No. Woohoo!
All right, team, welcome back to the Jeju Poker Festival. We're here for the KPC main event, and we are down to our final 16. My name's Corey Van Jay. I'll be rejoined by Jordan Bromley in just a moment. Pay jump is secured now that we are down to 16. So we are up to 10.5 million Korean won, the equivalent of about 7,150 US dollars. But also, on top of that, all remaining players have won themselves a 5,000 US dollar ticket to the WPT opening event. And we could have a collision on our hands right off the bat here as we resume play 16-handed. Ace King for Ku plays pocket queens of Dylan. I do believe Dylan is still our table chip leader after the redraw. But this almost 3 million chip stack could certainly put a dent into that chip lead.
I'm here, Corey. Apologies for being slightly late. I'm going to witness carnage, apparently. Queens for Dylan. Finds the 3-bet to 625. Shang Zhen Yu in the big. What are we going to see?
Here just in time.
Here? Down he goes, and Kushong Mo. I think we're just going to see an all-in here, and Dylan's not going to be folding.
This is going to be a massive flip. This will be 6 million chips in the middle. I don't think that there's a single player currently in this tournament with 6 million chips.
No, I don't think so. And in go all of the time bank chips.
I think the question is just how long does this take?
Yeah. Definitely doesn't want to make the wrong decision, but I think the decision has to be made regardless, and I think all of the chips should go forth, and they do. All in, and a snap
call.
Ace, King, and Queens. Most classic of races.
What a massive flip on our hands.
Queens for Dylan, Ace, King for Kushong Mo. What will come out on top? The King of Hearts in the window. King 10-9 with 2 hearts. Needs to fade Queens and Jacks. The 9 of Hearts removes an out. The river is another 10 as Kushong Mo will win a massive flip. Yeah, he seems a little bit stoked with that one, and Dylan must be feeling sick.
I mean, Dylan's done a great job to build up that stack in the first place. We saw him putting a great amount of pressure on the rest of the table as we approached top 16, leveraging that additional ICM pressure on that larger bubble. But as soon as we make the top 16, he's going to find himself in just a cooler flip scenario, and he's on the wrong side of it. That will drop him back down to 1.7 million, about 20 big blinds.
Yeah, and absolutely nothing to be done. I mean, every player in the world gets the chips in there, and Unfortunately for him, it was not his 50% this time. But still has plenty of chips. 1.7 million is no short stack.
2,800,000
comparative to some of the other players that are out there still.
Now, I do believe we have a new chip leader.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one.
85,000. Yeah. 2,885. Yeah, yeah. Oh, thank you.
Has to be frustrating, but Dylan certainly seems to be holding his composure for the moment.
It definitely looks like that. And whilst it was a brutal one, he's still sitting in 5th in chips here at this table. So definitely still in this one. Work to be done, sure, but not out by any means.
Take a while to organize my chips. Yeah.
You already committed for the 10th.
Yep.
All in Chenan, pocket 9s. All in is the request. Touch over 10 bigs.
It has to be done.
Oh,
and we're going to have another flip on our hands.
$840.
Yeah, it looks like a rejam. Oh my god!
Wow. This could be
Ruhan waking up
huge.
with Ace King.
And this is a pretty great spot for the 9s, really. It's going to be an opportunity to triple up, only needing to fade 3 overcards. Certainly feels very difficult to do when you're holding the 9s and the cards are on their back. But the numbers are definitely in your favor.
So we're going to get these graphics updated to see exactly what's going on. Shang Yiping does not have 7-3 offsuit. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with the Ace-Queen jam and the Ace-King in the tank right now. Oh my god, he folds.
Nope. Nope, that is not the correct decision. Yes, we are expecting our opponents to be strong. There's a jam for 10 bigs under the gun. Doesn't have to be nutted, but it's not going to be messing around. The jam from the hijack is going to be a strong hand, but it doesn't have to be as strong as Ace-King.
I want my phone back.
This could be a big missed opportunity. We'll see what the run-out brings.
It's a pretty crazy laydown, if I do say so myself. And there's the king, Jack 8. Another king, just to add insult to injury. The river card bails him out. The 10 of clubs makes him look like a genius. Liu Yuhan rivering that 10 to find Broadway. And we say GG to Lin Chen-an. Couldn't hold on for that one. He's going to be out of here in 16th place, but no fret. He's going to take home 10 million Korean won, as well as that 5K package.
Down to 15 now. There is another small pay jump so every 2 places in the lead up to our final table, we are going to have a small pay jump. So it will be a 2 million Korean won bump if you can outlast one additional player.
Oh my god.
We saw the sexy boys make an appearance earlier.
And here they are once more. I think we're going to see a raise taken north up to 200k, and in it goes. Oh, Dylan.
Blinds have ticked up.
See what happens for him here. King 10 suited for 17 blinds. What do we think, Corey?
Against a later position open, we're much more interested in playing this. Against the +1, I'm not sure about this, but keep in mind that these jams have been getting far more respect than they probably should otherwise. In fact, the last time we saw Pocket Jacks on this stream, Dylan jammed over the top of it, and the Jacks actually folded. I don't suspect we're going to be seeing the same result this time. Dylan's probably going to have to find himself a king or some hearts to stay alive in this thing. First, it has to get back to the Jacks in the first place.
Yeah, Chang Jin Yu tanking here. Card's not on the reader, so we're a bit blind, but eventually does fold. Psyduck stood back up. Kuxiong Mo obviously going to be putting 8-3 into the mark. Ooh, 5s for Shang Yu Hao. And the all-in is announced.
Yeah, very different result to the last Pocket Jacks. Dylan going to make the call. He takes a quick glance at the other table to see if it's worth a tank. It is not. Cards are on their back, and he's going to need to improve.
Yeah, King 10 of hearts all in and at risk against the Pocket Jacks. Let's see if he's going to be able to find a king of his own. Queen 5-9. A Jack also helps him now. Turn card is another 9. Jack not so much anymore. River card is the 5 of spades as we say GG to Dylan Wayne.
Worth noting, we saw the 2 red 5s folded.
Yeah.
I just took away his dreams.
GG to Dylan. Pretty brutal to go from chip lead to Busto in just a couple of spots, but sometimes you lose the 6 million chip flips. It's a brutal game. This tournaments are unforgiving and relentless. And we do move to our final 14. Might be a little bit easier for us to stay unbiased moving forward, at least, Jordan.
Yeah, I guess so. Unfortunately for Dylan, he is not going to be too stoked with that one. GG's to him. He played valiantly. Unfortunately, his queen's no good for the ace-king.
Yeah.
You can see it on the replay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I paid the small blind.
4-2 suited for Wu Hao Nan. Queen Jack for Ku Xiong Mo. Zhang Yu Hao with the ace-10 offsuit in the small blind is going to jam it in. Nice jam here. Good,
Yep.
confident
Power
jam.
poker.
Who's gonna ask for a count?
Takes a bit of moxie to jam against the chip leader, but we are against a button open at the end of the day. Ace-10 is going to be doing very well against that opening range. We are going to force a fold a pretty high percentage of the time.
1.5
This would be a pretty loose call.
Yeah, that's just way too much.
That is way too much.
You were talking about how many
Basically,
patches were floating around Jordan.
Yeah, do you reckon he's wearing enough?
Right here. Yeah.
Queen Jack for Zhang Yu Hao. Looks like we are going to see a flop King 6-4. We haven't seen many flops, have we, Corey?
Legal background?
We haven't actually. I don't have. We seen anyone see bet a flop yet?
I think we have now.
Agree
Queen Jack is going to see bet the King 6-4.
bypass my rights as a human being just because I play a poker tournament.
Sounds like you're from the US, right? Yeah, okay. U.S. citizen, right?
There's been a whole lot of pre-flop all-ins. It's been exciting stuff, but
If you're Korean.
Yeah.
My wife's Korean.
Oh, your wife's Korean. Okay.
it's about time we see some post-flop.
Is she okay with you playing poker?
She plays too, yes.
Oh, okay.
Makes it easier. You just have to teach your wife.
I
It
try.
could get expensive, but yeah.
Yeah. I try teaching my wife. She's gonna
doesn't
be
like
terrible
it?
at it. Yeah.
You need
You've
to play a little bit.
taught your wife how to play
Yeah, some
poker,
people-
Corey? Taught your partner how to play poker?
Tried. Certainly not her thing. We played some pub games.
King 4 for Shang Yu Hao.
One person busted? Nice.
Queen 5 offsuit and 10-6 are going to see some blind action. 4-5 deuce. Gut shot for Yu Yu Han. Top pair though. Wu Hao Nan in the lead for now.
It's actually somewhat of an action flop given the configuration here. 2 overs with that gut shot. First,
We just lost Corey for a second there. Not sure what happened there, Corey. You kind of
Jeju
dropped
with you
out.
right now?
Yeah. She's just, I don't know where she is.
Now?
Somewhere around.
Nice. My
Yeah,
wife,
you're a
she's
little bit
Korean citizen,
glitchy if I
so
do
she
say
can't
so
come in.
myself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
Why can't she get
We're about to have our first interesting post-flop hand. We can't be having this.
But we have to move to
Well,
America.
the 3 of spades is going to make it even more interesting.
No, I can't. It's just she has to live in America for 5 years and then get her citizenship. It's not a direct route. Yeah.
And you don't want to do that? You want to live in Korea?
Well, my job is in Korea.
Oh, your job.
Yeah. And then hopefully I'm interviewing for a job in. I guess I'm on the screen side. Job somewhere else.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I
Yeah.
see. But also in Korea.
Some other country.
Oh.
Yeah. Not
And
the
this 3 of
US,
spades
so-
is going to be good for Yu Yu Han, but however,
Yeah,
it's
man.
Wu Hao Nan who's
Where
going
you
to
from?
continue firing with top pair, and
Arizona.
don't know he's
Nice.
going to be too
Wow.
confident
Not
Not
nice
exactly
during
when
the
he
nice,
does
but yeah.
Well, it's
inevitably
nice during
get
the winter
raised
and
here.
fall. Yeah. Not nice.
Occasionally nice. Yeah.
Not nice during the summer.
Not as nice as LAO.
Can be tempting to bet these kind of hands for equity denial,
Temperature-wise,
protection
Vegas
kind
is
of
very
reasons, but
So it's higher altitude.
this board is very connected.
Or cooler,
Cooler,
than
yeah.
Once you
Phoenix is
face
like
that
5
first
to
bet,
8 degrees warmer than
it's
Vegas.
a reasonable chance that they have some sort of connectivity with this
Yeah, I don't
board.
want to go to Phoenix during the summer.
Nobody wants to go to Phoenix during the summer.
Yeah.
Once this raise comes out, this looks pretty strong.
Be in Phoenix during the summer.
It's a huge city though. 5 million, right?
It's like LA. It's like
Yeah.
sprawl.
Yeah,
So it's
urban
just spread out. And a lot of people from California moved here as well.
Great fold. We got the bad news and immediately got himself out of the way.
Oh, I guess next time I should probably keep the chatter to a minimum during the hand. Forgot about that.
As long as you're respectful, I mean, people have to still talk, I guess.
Sounding a lot better on your end as well, Corey. Thank you for adjusting that. As side keeps falling over, someone needs to get him like a pedestal. Stand him on top of the time banks.
I mean, he has
going on?
feet. It doesn't seem like this should be that hard. Suited one gapper from mid position here. Not an unreasonable hand to open for Zhang, but certainly understand playing a little on the snug side. We are approaching the final table after all. 13 players left. Blue here going to do the opposite. Not snug at all with the Jack-5 offsuit.
I'll say, Corey, some very important decisions are going to have to be made on my end momentarily. Building towards flush 5s, but locating a Baron. Very dicey situations. I think lack of Pluto is probably hindering my progress. I think I may just need to stick it out.
Yeah, this could be a matter of just not giving up.
Yeah, I think there really can't be any pivoting happening here. Just going to have to continue as we were. Really do need to locate that red seal king. Hopefully that will be able to then utilize one of these tarot cards. As played with
Sure, if you
Zhang
stick
Yiping,
it out.
Queen 9.
There's got to be some spectrals in your future, Jordan. I believe in you.
I would have to see. We've just picked up blank, so we'll have to see if that is going to antimatter at all in the long run. As Corey, I think I'm actually going to have to love you and leave you for about half an hour. There's going to be some filming happening here as well.
Oh, we hopefully not loving and leaving the rest of the viewers.
Picking up the action, we have yellow and also white and blue on the left as we do have the cards back. On the topic of rainbow, King 8-7 of that. Queen Jack of Hearts does defend the big blind, Ace 8. And as I said, Corey, I'm going to have to love you and leave you for about half an hour. Guys, I'm going to have to leave you in Corey's fantastic hands. And I'll be back relatively soon.
I'll keep this ship sailing, Jordan. You have a task to accomplish yourself. I believe in you. And I'll talk to you in about a half hour. Chang has found himself here with a whole lot of not much. He has the one color that does not find itself in this flop rainbow. With just the Queen high facing a bet of 200,000 here. Not a whole lot to be done. Hand relinquished. And Lou will Pick up another pot there. Up over the 5 million chip mark now.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Are you gonna be going to WPT in the winter?
I don't know if I can because we have
Work?
some family here.
Oh,
and
okay,
everything,
family.
So, yeah. It may be possible. Yeah.
But I'll be going. Yeah, WPT. Yeah.
No, it's good. I usually go, but it's big crowds.
Couple of brief hiccups there, team, but it looks like we are just about back to normal. We'll have this audio fixed in a moment as well. For the moment, the action does not stop. Pocket 10s for Wu. We'll open it up from the cutoff. This one will go around to the blinds. Jack 4 suited for Chang, not much to contend with. And Ku, our table co-chip leader, with a pretty undefendable hand in the big. Looks like we'll take this one down nice and easy. And just like that, we are down to 12 players now. We will have a new addition joining us. With that last elimination, all remaining players have secured a payout of 15 million Korean won. It's equivalent of a shade over 10,300 US dollars, as well as that 5K opening event package. But in the YouTube chat asking how much the buy-in was. So it's 1.3 million Korean won, which is around about 900 US dollars. So already looking at, if you include that 5K package in the payout, we are looking at pretty close to a 20x on the initial investment already. We're going to continue to push the action here. Queen 10 suited this time. With the Queen 8 suited on the button. One of our table chip leaders. He is dominated. It doesn't matter if you don't get to a flop. 3-bet incoming. Looks like 600,000. Putting the pressure right back on his opponents, yielding that chip stack to his advantage. The King 10 gets out of the way. The 6-4 gets out of the way. And back to who's Queen 10 suited. When you open under the gun and get 3-bet, you generally don't expect your opponent to be messing around all that often. And if they're not, then Queen 10 suited would be in pretty horrendous shape. See, that is not the case this time, but impossible to know that. And Ku will get the 3-bet bluff through, pick up this pot uncontested. Pretty big chip disparity between our two big stacks and the rest of the field here. 5 million is our second place and 1.8 million is our third place stack. Could create some pretty interesting ICM dynamics as we approach the final 9.
I'm just going to sneak back in, Corey, as I've just been told that I've got another 15 minutes.
Amazing. We missed you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Don't lie. You're so sweet.
There we are. Currently working with a lack of table audio, so I'm hoping that that's not too far away from being patched up. Also, side note, the field counter up the top, 12 left is correct. 869 starters is not correct. Was a little over 1,250 entries in this thing, so we are well and truly at the pointy end.
Eight 3 offsuit for Yuhan.
We get to play a lot of hands from the small blind, but not this one. Really interesting stack distribution on our feature table here, Jordan. The two chip leaders have 5.7 million and 5 million, and no one else has above 2 million.
As we've just lost Corey, but I'm sure we'll get him back. Shang Shen Yu,
Am I back
side
now?
up, man. Stand him up. Yeah, you're back. Man, side up being down is really putting me off. Stand him up. If you've got enough chips, find a place for him as you find the raise to 200k. I think somebody may be hiding some chips there. Definitely has a stack of a stack of white chips that are not being utilized front and center. We could have a
That's
bit of a
sneaky.
Torelli moment on our hands.
King 6 for our big blind. It's a semi-defendable hand. ICM pressure makes it more difficult to play, especially against an aggressive chip-leading opponent.
Seven 3 for Shanky Ping into the muck. Over to the Queen 4 in the small. Looks like a limp is in order. What is Shang Shen Yu going to do here in the big blind?
It's a mystery. Just like his hand.
No, the mystery doesn't start for a couple of days.
Ah, fair.
Got him.
King 6 plays Queen 4 here, off to the cheapest flop you can imagine. 3 big blinds in the middle, complete with for both players. King High is ahead and is betting. Not a lot that you can really do with the Queen 4 offsuit here. We've got one overcard and one bad backdoor straight draw. Fold is probably our best option, and it's the one that he chooses.
KPC Poker Cup logo. K Poker Cup logo, should I say. In the background, looking spectacular as ever. Pretty cool setup here for this series.
Ace Queen for Wu. He's been pretty active. Been not making outlandish plays, but he's not been shying away from some of the lighter opens. But this time, he doesn't need to make a lighter open. He has a real deal hand of 16 big blinds. Going to start with the min raise. inferior ace on the button. Should be inferior enough to not get into any trouble with it.
Jack-6 offsuit in the small. Don't think this one's going to be getting involved. I mean, he's been, unfortunately, very quiet. He hasn't had the opportunity to play any hands, has Shangshan Yu. They're going to be getting
drain a few seconds off the clock
in Australia. Yeah, a little bit, as we say in Australia, antsy about potentially wanting to get in the mix here. Ace 5-4, couple of hearts, and wow, what a flop that is.
Yeah, this could be fun. Our chip leader. Third nut flush draw. He's been playing aggressively, and we see a check back. That check back might end up saving Wu his stack.
Maybe, as we see another check from the Queen 10, and Wu going to try and extract any value he can now. Looks like he's going to fire in about 275k. 250, forgive me.
Question is, does the raise come now? Or does Ku want to wait to the river?
No, he's putting in the call. Sneaky stuff here. Love to see it when he's got the effective nuts. Obviously, a heart wouldn't be comfortable, but the brick 8 is what comes in. Now, is he going to keep this trap set? Yes, he will. And is it going to be Wu's demise? It'd be a pretty disgusting check back to find.
Yeah, I don't think we check back the flop to not value bet this river. The one thing that will work in Wu's favor here is when you get check jammed on, it's really difficult to come up with a bluff.
Yeah, there's very few bluffs that are going to be kind of there. I mean, even a hand like Ace of Hearts 10 or something is probably just going to call this size on river. Instead, we do see the all-in.
Yeah, I mean, the bluffs that make sense are like Queen Jack with the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah,
that's basically what we're looking at. It's a pretty narrow range of hands that we're going to expect to be doing this as a bluff, but we've got an aggressive chip leader pulling the trigger on us. You know, he's capable of making some moves and putting pressure on and leveraging that approaching final table. And on top of that, we're getting a really good price here. If Wu calls and wins, he'll be looking at about a 3.5 million chip stack. If he folds, he's got 700k. But of course, in this instance, if he calls, he has 0. Ku will find a way to get the entire stack. We will lose Wu in 12th place. We are down to 11.
Yeah, down to 11 we go, as we're going to have a changeover of dealers. This one's already dealt out enough carnage so far.
Just like that, the chip gap between our chip leaders and our short stacks continues to grow. 7.5 million is our chip leader. 5 million our second in place, but at this table at least, they're the only two above the 2 million chip mark.
Yeah, mountains of green and brown, and now those white chips in play with 100,000 apiece. Jack 8 in the bin.
Blue going to just pass
Ooh,
up.
look at queens.
And
Xu Haisheng locating the ladies.
$15 bigs could be a good opportunity to find yourself a double. Just need to find a customer. Kick things off with a min raise.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Jordan, what was I saying about
This
a
is
good
not
opportunity
fair.
for a double?
And sometimes it is just your day, and you already won the massive flip with ace king against queens. Now you're going to pick up even more chips with aces against queens.
We've already seen the queen of spades hit the mark. Peek back at the cards, and the chips are going to go in.
Yeah, never folding this one. You shouldn't be folding this one.
All
and
in.
it goes
Correct
and beats
decision.
him into the
Unfortunate
pot.
timing. Drew's going to have to find the queen of hearts, or he's in big trouble. Club's his only live suit. See, just 12% equity.
Yeah, it's no help. Does have some backdoors. A 10 of any suit would help him out. Likewise, a 9 with the turn card. Instead, the king of spades. The queen of hearts only. The river card is a 5, as we say GG's to Xu Haisheng, eliminated in 11th place. And that brings us to our 9-handed final table bubble.
Now, I think we're going to do an unofficial 10-handed final table, Jordan. That's my understanding. So, yeah, there won't be any hands for a moment. I think they're just going to bring the other players over and fill in the empty seats. If you guys are looking for a quick toilet break or looking to top up your beverages, take this opportunity. But we will be kicking the action off in probably about 3 minutes once we get everyone here.
But don't worry,
Jordan, tell me a bit about the vibe on site. What's it like being there? Obviously, it looks like an absolute blast, but give us some insight.
Honestly, man, there's so much action everywhere. I mean, there's about 50 to 60 tables in this room. There's a main room, which is immediately behind where you are seeing the stream right now. There's about 20 tables just behind there as we actually look at the outer table right now. This is the table that we are seeing. See, 10 players remaining, 1,282 entered, and these are the 5 gentlemen that are going to be joining us on stage shortly. Or 6 gentlemen, should I say. But yeah, the place is absolutely amazing. Shinwa Resort, the entire kind of location of the landing casino, everything is fantastic. I'm really enjoying it. And I definitely think that if you have the opportunity, Corey, you should try and get here too. I'm just having a quick look at that player in seat number 9. That is a mountain of chips.
That is a pretty healthy stack. Those white chips are 100k each.
So I've just been
That's
told,
got to be
Corey,
at
that I
least
actually have about
6 million.
Yeah, he's got
Sorry,
piles,
Jordan?
and I've just been told that I will be vacating here at about 2:40. So I'll be getting out of here at about 2:40. They're going to have to utilize this space to film some content.
Well, that's all right. I will pilot us all the way to that final table. I do believe the plan is to take around a 15-minute break whenever we get there. So hopefully that buys us
that's
a little
correct.
bit of time, and you can be back and not miss too much of the action. Just waiting for the action on that outer table to conclude before we bring all our new friends over.
I seem to have lost my membership card to this casino. I'll have to try and locate that one.
That's not ideal.
Let me go. Absolutely hopeless.
Yeah.
And what about you, Corey? How are things going in the land down under?
I mean, about the same as always. There's plenty of poker going on around. Currently having a little bit of a break and visiting some family. It's much needed. It's been a busy few months. But we've got the World Series circuit coming soon. We've got some other bits and pieces all over the place. So it's going to be a pretty busy way to round out the end of the year. I'm hoping that
It always
December I
seems to
can
be
find
a very
some
busy conclusion to the year in Australian poker. I mean, always seems to be things happening in November, December.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, just this year in general has been pretty jam packed for Australian poker, which is obviously a good thing. It's good when you're struggling to find time for a rest. You do need to find it, but it is a good sign that poker is well and truly booming. We're very blessed.
Yeah,
here in Australia.
We call that a good problem.
Yes, we certainly do.
As we just wait for these guys to join us at our feature table, 10 players remaining, final table of 9. I am being told as well that the amazing, fantastic, incredibly bald Grant Gardner is going to be announcing some of the all-ins on stage as well. So look out for him. And yes, you heard me right. He has no hair.
Looks like we have some cards in the air. So we're going to play one hand while we wait for everyone.
Looks like we were actually waiting for the hand to finish so that we could balance tables. So we're not actually 10-handed.
I understand.
We're just balancing the tables, and it will be a 9-handed FT. There we go.
Cool. All right. I understand now. Oh, and we brought all the chips over? Is that what happened?
Yeah, I think the player that was actually drawn to come over was the player that had the mountains and mountains of chips.
Might feel a little bit hard done by to bring over 7.5 million and not be the table chip leader. Coot with the Queen Jack of Diamonds is currently the table captain.
Yeah, somebody
7
in the
bigs
chat saying Chunky Ping with the ace deuce probably just has to not love his life very much in snap fold. We saw him tight earlier. This is no different. Player and a commentator on YouTube saying WTF, chip lead and chip lead. Yeah, both of the top 2 stacks at this table. I think that outer table is going to be feeling very short. 8 in the window and a queen.
Oh boy.
Hello there, Yu Han. Top 2 against the top pair of Kuxiong Mo. Reaching. Assembling a bet of 175k into the middle. And do we just fast play this one, Corey?
Probably not against the super aggressive chip leader. We're blocking a lot of the calling range that we are hoping to get action from when we do check raise. And we know that we're up against a player who's capable of putting that pressure on. So I think this is actually one of the times we can go ahead and make that slow play. Now, in saying that, making a good hand and fast playing it can never really be that bad. And we do see that in this case, our chip leader does have one of the hands that can give you the action that you're wanting with the top 2. We're going to go off to a turn, and this pot's getting bloated already. Already 1.5 million chips in there.
And obviously, he's going to recognize that this is probably a pretty strong check raise, but with the Queen Jack of Diamonds, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and potentially making a jack to cooler a hand like Queen 8 or even an 8 deuce suited that may choose to defend instead. The 6 of Hearts, a brick. Liu Yuhan moves himself up to 92%. As we get
also a number of straight draws. Oh, amazing. Yeah, plenty of straight draws and other bits and pieces that could be putting in a check raise bluff on the flop. Usually those hands are just going to be a one and done, though. If they don't get the job done immediately, they're just going to start slowing down. So this double barrel, I think, looks very strong. Check raise doesn't look weak by any means, but this double barrel, I think you got to know at this point that Lou means business with this 900k. Pretty tough to fold top pair with a good kicker in a button versus big blind format, though.
And I think given the dynamic, he's going to have 8s, he's going to have deuces, he's going to have all of the offsuit Queen 8s, obviously, defending from the big blind. When you have the Queen Jack of Diamonds, given the 8 of Diamonds is already out there, it means that it leaves the window open for both the Queen 8 of Spades and the Queen 8 of Hearts to be there too. So, couple of suited combos you also need to worry about. The 6 is a total brick in his eyes. It doesn't interact with anything. And maybe he's thinking as well that having a jack isn't too good. I mean, he does block the jack 10, the jack 9. Both are the only bluffs. And wow, that's a really, really nice fold there from our chip leader.
Yeah, very good fold. It's easy to sometimes let the stack get to your head a little bit. You'd feel a bit invincible when you're just winning every pot, coolering people, winning your flips and making your big hands. But Kuxiong Mo's doing a really good job of keeping a level head, making a big fold there and just losing the minimum with his top pair.
And with that, Corey, I am going to let you go to take this one as far as it needs to whilst I'll be away. I'll be back with you relatively soon in probably about half an hour, 40 minutes time.
Well, we'll miss you, Jordan, and we'll chat to you again when you return. Draining a little bit more time off the clock and letting it go. He's really not had any opportunities to get involved and make anything happen here, but he has collected quite a few pay jumps up to this point already. In fact, as we do get down to 10, we did pick up a pay jump as well, up to 18 million Korean won, about 12,500 US dollars, plus the 5K package. We are going to be having some action here. 7 big blinds, ace 10 for Zhang. Pulled the trigger and he's got his opponent dominated. who are table chip leader with the king 10 suited. More than enough chips to justify making this call. King 10 suited, going to have reasonably good equity whenever you're up against something that doesn't have you dominated. In this case, Zhang is in very good shape to get himself a full double.
final table. 好了吧，什么牌？ 有 all in 秀牌的吗
690.
啊，看一下，打了把什么有秀牌的牌吗
？Okay, please wake me. Who is the short stack?
A10.
All right, we do have the call. The cards on their back. Zhang needs to basically just fade a king. And he is good for a double. Grant's going to bring you all the action of this all in. I'll leave it to him.
Good.
And the flop is 10-8-8. One spade there. We do have backdoor spades materializing here. Only 3 immediate outs for the king 10. Let's see the turn card, please.
You can hit an 8 as well, by the way.
That's a chop. The turn is a 6 of clubs. Changes nothing.
Yeah, great.
Is a chop technically not an out? I think a chop is an out here. No, for sure it's an out. When you're all in, a chop is an out.
Not in my book. I hate chop box. That means we work too long.
Make it a nice clean king on the river.
Just want to make sure we're being accurate.
Alrighty, here we go. Big river incoming. Let's see the river card, please. Yes.
King.
And the river is a jack of diamonds. Nice and safe for the ace 10 there with the full double.
Understandable fist pump from Zhang. He's back in this game. 1.6 million. Nursing a short stack for some time now, and will be relieved to have a little bit of play at his fingertips once again.
Nothing to do there but to call.
如果没有人 open， 他撞
Easy call, yeah. King 10 suited is easy call. Yeah.
啊，
Not
我说
suited, easy
他不
call.
open， 他撞位置喷你会 call 吗？
Break time, right?
就这把，你不
Okay.
call 我就 call 了嘛，你 call 我肯定不要，我4勾，
Should we keep this on or take it out?
已经忘记了。
Yeah.
那你不要，我肯定去了，我4勾红桃，我操。休息 OK。
又活过来了。
查到你忘记是什么了。Take it this.
All right, guys. It looks like we lost one on the other table.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal. Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
All right, guys, we are back. Oh, so it looks like we're not actually final table. I was under the impression we lost one on the outer table. Turns out we just took our scheduled break. All right, cool. I'm glad we're all on the same page. 60K, 120K, 10 players remaining. Final table bubble. Big stacks on our table here. The majority of the chips in the tournament are over on this side of the room. King 8 for Lu, over to Chang. Chang has had absolutely no opportunities to really make any moves or really get involved thus far on our broadcast. He's done okay over the course of the tournament to have accumulated 1.4 million, but we've just seen him have to stay disciplined and fold so far. Hopefully for his sake, he'll get some opportunities soon. Chip counts on screen there. 3 big stacks, 2 shorties. Blue are going to get involved once again, just with a limp this time. We have not seen this prior to this hand. This is very interesting. I'm going to take the opportunity to bump it up. It's only a little more than a mid-raise. Over to Chang. This is an opportunity. No, this is going to be a heads-up pot. Well, basically the same size as just went min-raise and ball. Still a flop. Currently clean for the pocket fives. Consideration bet here. He decides to play the top control route with the fives. Which turn we go. 4 of hearts. All players picking up a flush draw on the turn here. Of course, second nut plus 4 is the superior of the two. Young's pocket five still out ahead. Pretty welcome bet here, and his pair is not going to be giving up just yet. 5 of hearts in his hand. Confidence needs to get to the river. The 5th straight queen of clubs. A little bit of a scare card to the fives, but doesn't actually change either player's hand. This king 5 blue. He's able to muster up a second barrel here, follow through on this bluff. Story that's down on the turn. He might be able to take this down, but he's going to give it up. Yeah, fives are the winner. Takes it back and he'll get the good news. He can beat King High. That's an almost 2 million chip pot heading the way of Yang. Couple of audio issues on my end. Hopefully, nothing that turning it off and back on again can't fix. Hopefully, for you guys come in. Jordan predicted it earlier. He said Chang might be starting to get a little bit antsy, getting absolutely no opportunity over the course of the last almost 2 full levels. Really no chance to get involved in a pot. 4-2 suited on the button and couldn't help himself. He's going to get immediately punished for losing his patience.
Hello, sir. Can you order American coffee cold for me?
Ask for it down. Purely just strain that clock down a little bit further. $1.5 million is the wager. Clock has started. We'll be seeing this one hit the mark in just a moment.
这么极限的吗？极限棋牌。
Zhang takes that one down.
American coffee. Ice. What? Yes. 5-5.
Zhang just under 10 bigs, but perhaps coming on with the king four. So with salvation. One spot remaining in the final table set. KPC main event. From Zhang, king on spades. Who dominated. Just a little tree on hand here. Very aggressive. Really just utilising that deep bubble pressure and that deep stack. 17 big blind there. Zhang has found his moment.
有黑色框对，打开2张。
9 offsuit. See if he can get it through. We have all in back immediately. We are hand for hand. But Chang is going to need to find an ace or a 9 to stay alive in this thing. Send this one over to Grant to call the action.
我本来想盲 call 的，后来想想不能这么做。9个比例嘛，因为小。
And the block is 10, 10, 3. Pocket 6 is still good for now. 6 immediate outs for the ace 9. Let's see a turn card, please. The turn is the 9 of diamonds. Amazing change of events here for the ace 9. Only 2 outs will send this gentleman to the rail. Let's see the river card, please. And the river, 4 of hearts, nice and safe. Check mark goes to
差不多100万。
没事，我们就要让他切割。
Chang's patience pays off for him. He finds his much needed million, almost 20 big blinds. Well and truly game.
也没办法。
对，没办法。
我也没办法，就这样。
没办法啦，办法想办法。
OK， 这里是100，05万，5000，OK， nice hand，nice hand。
啊，没办法，这些太短了，没办法。
这个还是开，这是我的。6-6。
我知道，不过我是等我的 turn 我才放进去的，我不需要马上。
肯定是后台系统叫他了，他才会提醒你，他无所谓的。He don't care。
Wasting no time to get back into the action here. Your next all-in and a coup. Your short stack holding ace-6 offsuit, dominating the ace-6 offsuit. Let's see the flop, please, dealer. And the flop is king, jack, deuce here. Only running 6s here.
Ladies and gents, forgive me. I'm going to be stepping away from the booth for just a couple of moments to try and fix this audio problem that I'm having. I'll be right back with you guys in a moment. Don't have too much fun without me.
Go。 78。
想要这个底子给你喽。
谢谢谢谢谢谢。很大很大。 Thank you. Take this. Hello. 我 A 拿走，这样我能开个 local。谁把你的 A 拿走？不是 A 翻出来了。啊，我都没看到，我靠。A 到 A 的。那更加安心了。啊？那更加安心，没有 A 就更加安心了。意思我翻先领先。我纯手牌，我纯手牌。红花战车是不是也算纯手牌？红花牌就算纯手牌。对子嘛，肯定是对子嘛，大于8的对子。这么大？对。大于6的对子输了，所以6对子输了，所以要大于8的对子安全。
Welcome back. Brief troubleshooting session. It looks like the problem is solved, so fingers crossed. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear and continue to do so.
Yep. 绿色要弄第二点。工作是20个。对，20个，对，20个一共，这样别人知道用多少钱买。20个，这是10个，这是10个，20个，这10这样子啊。对，这样。没事，他比我大，你看他 A0我要输更多，他要真比9他的对手180我输更多，我要被他3比我的胜。另外一张也不咋地，比8大的对子。啊，你知道挺大，那就是8，比8大就是8。比8大就是9，那就是8以上了。9比我狠，你给我也没事。2个帽子1个帽子，如果带个 A 还给你的话。高一级。哦，那没有，那不太好。但说不清楚，这就是运。Number 4.
3, fold. Number 4, fold. Number 8, fold. 7.
Oh, and Chang has found another opportunity here. Patience paid off moments ago, finding the double with the ace-9 against the sixes. He's now picked up the aces under the gun. And not only has he got the aces, but he's got himself a customer. The sexy boys in the hands of the chip leader. All but guaranteed to give the action that Chang is looking for. 3-bet incoming. 780,000 is the wager. It's already most of the way to the full 2 million in Chang's stack. And this could be a very interesting change in the dynamic of the table. Not so long ago, it was 2 chip leaders and then just a collection of short stacks. A double up here for Chang would essentially just leave a 4-way tie for the chip lead. Zhang being a table short stack. Back over to Chang. Can be tempting to be fancy here, but your opponent's already committed about 800,000. It's only 1.2 million more to go. If he has a hand, he's going to be paying. Wow. Chang decides to play it slow. Now, Grant in the background announcing the all-in on the outer table might be having some impact on how this hand is going to play out.
Finally, I will take back my 10 bank.
And just like that, you guys heard, we are officially final 9 after an elimination on our outer table. But as things stand, we could have some action here. The aces have found the top set. This is one of the reasons why the aces can sometimes backfire. When you're against a hand like Jacks and they don't have a diamond here, you basically cost yourself any opportunity to get paid. But Ku, with this specific combo of the Jacks, is going to go ahead and just play it fast, put the chips in the middle, and get the bad news. He's run into the top set. Going to leave it to Grant to call the action on this one.
On a flop reading ace, queen, 7, all diamonds. Your short stack holding pocket aces with top set against pocket jacks. Jacks does have a diamond to go with it here. Needs to spike on the turn on river. Let's see the turn card, please. The turn is the 6 of diamonds. Pocket jack shoots way out into the lead. If the board does not pair on the river, we will lose a player. Let's see the river card,
Wow. Wow.
Wow, and it's far too many diamonds for Chang's aces. A really unfortunate way to exit the tournament. He will be eliminated in 9th place as we skip straight to an 8-handed final table. Guys, we are going to take just a brief break while we get the FTC.
You have 1.5, 1.6, right? So
Relax, and then we're going to be getting straight back into the action as we play down to a winner here in the KPC main event. Talk to you all soon.
But I mean, I'm committed. Yeah, I mean, pocket jacks. I mean, there's no folding there.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
For the start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup, at the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers shuffle up and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gents, we are back. Jeju Poker Festival KPC main event. We are all the way from 1,252 starting entries across 3 days to our final 9. Playing for a pretty substantial chunk of change at this point, the equivalent of almost 140,000 US dollars. Yang going to look to get us started in a big way. Yuhao Zhang with the king 2 suited goes for a cheeky steal from the button. But the pocket queens in the small blind is going to be upping the price of poker. 3-bet in the middle.
I have officially returned Corey. What
oh,
have I missed
great
out
news
on, my
and
friend?
perfect timing. You've actually missed out on virtually nothing. This is final table hand number 1. Your timing is immaculate as always, Jordan. Welcome back.
My ex-girlfriend doesn't say that, but I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Queen's
I've
going to
got
take
your
that
back.
one down. Oh, thank you so much. Down to our final 980 bigs for Kujong Mo. 9.6 million is a very, very comfortable amount. Everybody else is actually not feeling too bad either. A relatively deep stack final table. I'm excited to see how these guys approach it.
Yeah, quite a lot of chips in play. Big gap between the top and the bottom of the leaderboard, but we've kind of got stacks at everywhere in between. Lot of opportunity for these guys to score some pay jumps. Lots of opportunities for these guys to run up a stack. And with so many big blinds in play, a lot of opportunity for these guys to play their best poker and let their skill do the talking.
Hey, hello, one more. I'm button.
Now, I have been told that this is the 9-handed FT, but once we get down to 8, we're actually going to be pressing pause on everything, and we're going to have a bit of a ceremony to celebrate the final 8 players. So this is basically the prelude into the official proceedings on this FT.
Man, that would be a sad one to bubble.
Yeah, most definitely. Shang Yu Ping, ace-jack offsuit. We are also cruising along in other ways, Corey. Definitely getting set up here, just waiting to try and find an idol. And then we will be good to go.
That's what we like to hear, Jordan. I'm glad on your end it's all going well and all falling into place. I've certainly been slaying it in your presence.
Amazing. As all of the filming was done here, I didn't actually get the opportunity to speak to our mutual friend about potentially coming into the booth, but hopefully I will get that chance in the not too distant future.
Well, we've still got almost a week worth of poker to play here at the Jeju Poker Festival, so no shortage of opportunities. And there'll be no shortage of exciting poker action as we play all the way through the rest of the series. Plenty more exciting events to come.
Queen 4 for fun, Ben. Down it goes.
What's that going on in the background, Jordan?
Do I have some noise in my background?
I'm hearing a microphone and some form of excitement.
I believe they might be in the money in the high roller, the 8 million high roller in the background, the KPC event. But apart from that, I'm not certain. That is just a bit of a guess on my part, I will say.
Gentlemen, we're going to finish this level, and starting on level number 30, we're going to play 25 hands per level. Okay?
Now you heard it there. 25 hands per level. $77 bigs now as the blinds are set to tick up relatively soon, I believe, Corey. We're going to be playing 8160 momentarily.
Not messing around at all. Blinds are getting up there. Still a lot of chips in play. Still plenty of time, but as those blinds continue to tick up, pressure will be put on to the players, especially those with the shorter and middling stacks.
3 for Yang Shihua.
Very playable hand on the button here for Lou. He will open it up. Now all the way to the big blind. 5-2 suited. Typically speaking, it's a barely defendable hand. On final tables, sometimes a good adjustment to make towards that ICM is just to let these hands go. Huelu is not going to give it up just yet.
He set a couple of sixes as the ace-8 skyrockets out into the lead.
Not much there at all for the 5-2 of hearts. Some backdoors, but none of them are all that impressive.
Yeah, it's the high roller in the background, really going on out there.
Everything happening.
Yang Shihua, 8-5 suited now, as we still hover at 9 players. This is the final day of the KPC main event, 200 million Korean won for the winner. Translates to roughly 205,000 Australian, or if you're in the land of the free and the home of the brave, around 138,000 USD. Definitely a pretty hefty payday incoming for one of these players. Yu Hui, small blind, king 3 of diamonds.
Blind versus blind action. It's going to be of the aggressive nature. King 3 suited up to 375, and Zhang's going to just let that one go.
King 5, Hu Shu. Oh, Yu Hao Shang, King Jack of Hearts, starting this one with around 13 blinds. Corey, this is one of those really, really annoying spots, isn't it?
Very, very awkward. I mean, typically speaking, if we're just talking about the chips, you can keep it simple and jam this hand, and you know you're going to get it through enough, and you're going to have enough equity when called that you can just run it. On this final table dynamic, I think this hand actually plays better as a min raise. It's going to be more challenging to play. You're going to be faced with some pretty difficult situations post-flop and sometimes even pre-flop. But I think that you can have this hand perform notably better by playing it in the more challenging fashion. As it stands, it looks like it's got a good shot of getting through. This ace-8 obviously is ahead, but against the +1 jam, you can't really be doing anything with this. Over to our big blind. It's another weak ace. And I think the story is the same here. Can't be playing this one against the early position jam, and Zhang is going to pick up 300,000 in blinds and antes. Keep himself right in this game.
Just going to turn myself down a little bit as there's some announcements happening in the background. I don't want them to come through.
Can't have any of that.
No, absolutely not.
What we can have is a pocket sevens for one of our chip leaders. They're going to open up. And our official chip leader with the ace-10, going to make a nice snug fold. Huelu out of the way with the jack-10 offsuit. Folding around to our blinds. Looks like this is going to get all the way through.
Loving the dinosaur.
Oh yeah, that's very cool. And it's standing, not like that slider. Not sitting. At least it's upright.
Jack.
Jack early. Discipline.
Yeah, good control. I want to get too spicy. Lovely sound.
Fan here playing just a bit over 10 big blinds to start the hand is going to effectively jam And he's going to effectively get the rest of his stack put in.
Yeah, most of the chip is in. Oh, and he's run into it. Shang Yuhao waking up with the ace-queen offsuit is going to be putting Fan Ben to risk. And this could be our first final table elimination. The ace-9 all in and at risk against the ace-queen offsuit.
Cards on their backs. It is the ace-9 at risk, of course. Fan's going to have to find a 9 to stay alive.
As we say GG to Fan Ben in 9th position. Shang Yuhao locating the elimination with the ace-queen, turning the queen of diamonds, and River is ace of spades, spelling the elimination of Fan Ben. Fernando doing a fantastic job announcing that, but with that, guys, we are going to head on a break, and then we'll be back with all the action relatively soon, 8-handed, the KPC main event final table.
See you guys shortly.
我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1D of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from your Jeju Poker Festival 2025, it's time for your KPC main event final table of the series. 1,252 players creating a top prize of over 200 million, and we are now down to your official 8 final players. Please help me to introduce the final 8 players to the stage individually. In seat number 1, starting with a stack of 1.6 million, representing China, make some noise for Hu Chengju. In seat number 2, also representing China, starting with a stack of almost 3.3 million. Make some noise for Zhang Yuhao. In seat number 3, yes, you guessed it, also representing China, starting with a stack of 8.6 million. Make some noise for Yang Zihua. In seat number 4, starting with a stack of 3.5 million, representing Taiwan. A round of applause for He Zong Chi. In seat number 5, coming into this final table with a stack of over 5 million, representing China. Make some noise for Liu Yuhan. In seat number 7, coming into this final table with a starting stack of 3.6 million, representing China. Make some noise for Liu Hui. In seat number 8, coming into the final table with a stack of 1.85 million, representing China. Make some noise for Zhang Yiping. And last but definitely not least, coming into the final table as your overwhelming chip leader with a stack of over 9 million, representing the United States. Make some noise for Ku Diong Mo.
Thank you, Grant, for the absolutely amazing introduction there. Welcome to the final table, ladies and gentlemen, of the KPC main event. My name is Jordan Bromley, and I will be shortly joined by Corey van Jaarsveld. The two of us are going to be running this FT down to a winner. 1.406 billion prize pool in Korean won, that is, with first place being over 200 million Korean won. So one of these guys is going to take home around 140,000 US dollars as we get the sound in and we get everything excited and underway and ready to party. Let us know if you guys are watching in YouTube, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic time so far. Just going to get these chip stacks verified and get these cards ensured that they are working perfectly fine over the readers, and then we'll get underway. Blinds will be resuming at 61.20 with a 120 big blind ante. And Corey, do we have you? And how are you going if you are here?
We certainly do. I heard Grant tell us that it's time, and turns out that it was just time for me to refresh my connection. Looks like we are back in action. I'm pumped to get things started. Energy certainly seems high in the room. Plenty of money to play for, so things are probably about to turn a little more serious. But judging from what we've seen of the Jeju Poker Festival in our broadcast so far, I think everyone's going to have a very good time regardless of how much is at stake.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic one, that is for sure. Jasper there, the tournament director, front and center, laying down the law as to everything that's happening here. From what I understand, there's going to be 4 hands remaining of this level. At the conclusion of this level, they will head on to 8160, and there will be 25 hands per level, as we previously discussed. Rather than the 60-minute blinds that these guys have been going on with the whole time, we play a set amount of hands per blind level on the final table. And that is what we are going to be experiencing here. Now, Corey, something that we have done in the past as part of random streams that we've done together is a little thing called the commentator's pick. Now, we haven't actually done one together since we've done any of the Red Dragon or KPC streams together. But here, is there anybody that you think is going to be a front runner to take this one out?
Well, sadly, Dylan Wayne is not in attendance. Because we would have been fighting over him as our pick.
Most definitely.
I'm going to go ahead. I'm gonna take a sort of easy way out option. I'm not going to pick the chip leader because it seems too easy, but I'm going to take Yang. He comes in second in chips. I reckon we're going to see him spin it up to the top of the leaderboard, and then put the pressure onto the rest of the table as he rides this thing out.
All right, fantastic. It sounds like a good choice. Well, if you're not going to take him, I am going to take him, the chip leader. Seat number 6 or 7 just there. He will be the champion of this one, I think.
Action underway.
Though, actually, no, I take it back. I would say that he would win, but Psyduck is still not standing up. So I can't cheer for a man who is allowing his Pokemon to be flat on their backs. They need to be upstanding. This is quite disappointing.
Yeah, that's not what we like to see.
Zhang Yuhao, 3.2 million. 10-4. Over and out, and so it will be. Puts it into the muck. Underway in the background. We still have plenty more poker. We're down to the final 3 tables in the 8 million KPC high roller. There's a couple of notable names out there, especially from Australia, actually. International names that are out there. We've got John Jawanda still in the field. We've got Calvin Lee, came second in the 30k super high roller. But we also have a couple of names that you might recognize, Corey. Sean Wee, still out there. Likewise, Jerome Tan. Josh McCulley busted just not long ago after making the money, and there's still a few other names out there that are definitely going to be worthwhile keeping an eye on. So, along with that, we've also got the Red Dragon Championship Day 1A happening in the background. Patrick Antonius in the mix, along with the likes of Yita Chung and a few other big names out there. We'll definitely bring you updates on how that goes later on in the day, but for right now, Hu Shengshu, 120k big blind, just going to pass up the 9-8 of spades. That's going to allow Zhang Yu Hao to wake up with the ace-queen on the button.
Pretty big hand early on in this final table. Playing a shade over 25 big blinds to start the hand. Stack would certainly be happy to get in the middle if it's what it came to.
Here's on Shi, Queen 9 offsuit in the big blind.
Certainly defendable against a button open. He is dominated in this case, but we'll not know that, of course. Pretty even stacks for both of these players. It's a bit of a nothing flop. Generally be pretty easy to just put the C-bet in on something as dry as this, and usually you'll be taking it down against the Queen 9.
Do you ever find yourself checking backhands like ace-queen on a board like king 4-4? Because there are going to be a lot of queen X hands that you could probably cooler on future streets that are just going to be folding flop, right? Queen 10-0, queen 9-0, queen 8 suited. Looks like we are going to see the stab.
Yeah, I mean, the logic is certainly sound, but on the king 4-4, it's better to just keep it simple. You can bet your entire range, and every single hand you can possibly have is going to see benefit. There's argument for complicating things and trying to squeak out some extra EV here and there, but at the end of the day, sometimes keeping it simple is just the best solution, and the C-bet's going to work wonders.
Yeah, it does keep it simple and takes it away. Nines for Yu Hui. This one's going to get taken north. Blind's not yet up to that 80-160 point, so he's still hovering at 30 bigs.
Certainly going to be getting this one in the mix. Opening from +1, there is a few ways that this can get dicey and complicated, but your only choice is to start with the open and see where it goes. Raise to 220, that sounds illegal.
Certainly does sound illegal. You can make it 240 though, how about that?
That seems legal.
You know when you kind of just get the most random songs ever stuck in your head, Corey? Like I have a song that I don't think I've listened to in years, stuck in my head for absolutely no reason.
Which song is it?
It's Islands in the Stream by Dolly Parton, and I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain it.
I mean, when you said random
Islands
songs, you weren't lying.
That is what we are. No one in between. How could we be wrong? So we see the Ace King 8 board, and that could be about as wrong as possible for the nines.
Yeah, certainly not the flop you're looking for, but currently the nines are still in the lead. Every other overcard is a loser.
Barring the
but
ace
the ace
and
and the king is safe so far. Yeah.
Yeah, I made that mistake the other day when I was announcing an all-in. I said, any card higher than a 10 and we'll have an elimination, and it was a board pairing king. And I was like, oh, wait, no, I'm an idiot. I sincerely apologize, but it's not like you pay me to do this. Hang on.
Yeah, well, now you're back in the booth, so everything's as it's meant to be.
Now I'm back in the booth. Everything is just islands in the stream, Corey. That is what we are. No one in between.
4 of hearts on the turn is clean for Hui's 9s.
Sail away with me to another world where we rely on each other. Check, check. To the Jack 10, as we've got 2 players with a gutter 2 different ways. It looks like we're going to get to a river and show it down, and these 9s are going to receive the most early of Christmas gifts if no further chips go in. And there it is. Well played. How about you just knuckle every single street and nobody ever bluffs into you and you just win with an underpair? What a life.
Easy game.
Poker is
I was saying how things can get a little bit dicey and a little bit complicated with the 9s as things progress, and it certainly felt dicey for a moment there, but after it checks through 3 times and you get to just show down the winner, makes it a little less complicated at least.
Yeah, things can be dicey, but sometimes with a roll of them, you just get away with it. To ask you, Corey, do you like ramen?
I don't mind a bit of ramen. Why is that?
Well, the more discards, the less I like ramen, if I'm honest.
No, what you need is a full hearty ramen is what you need. None of this thinned out stuff.
No. Full hearty ramen. Be fun. 8-2 suited. Ooh, King Queen for our second in chips. And things must be going crazy out there. I keep thinking I'm hearing rounds of applause in the background, but it's actually the money counter counting all of the entries.
What's the largest Korean won note?
I think 100K. I know that there are 50K ones.
Okay.
I was lucky enough to earn myself a couple of those last night as the Ace-7 suited decides to come with the 3-bet.
Spicy.
Let's go. Let's party. We're not here to do anything to spiders. Let's just get this over with. Oh my god.
Whoa!
Finding the cold 4. This is sick. What a gangster.
Boy.
Putting that chip lead to use.
This is the final table we wanted to see, Jordan.
Yeah, we were talking about what we were going to see from Koo Mo when he did have the chip lead coming into this table, and I think he's made it very clear what his intentions are. There's no messing about. Yang, obviously, King Queen facing 3-bet, 4-bet's not going to be very comfortable, and I don't think any further regression is going to work. I don't think a 5-bet at 2.6 is ever on the table. And now what does He Zhongxi do? Because he has to feel that Mo is probably committing himself against the stack size that he has, right? I mean, he starts this one with roughly 3.1 million, which is good for 27 bigs, and Kushong Mo has already put in almost half of that, so down it goes.
I mean,
well played.
Quite simply, when this 4-bet comes in, it's just end of story. The chip leader is winning this pot, and there's nothing you can do about it with the ace-sevens. Even if you suspect that he's getting up to no good, you just have to respect the move, give it up, and move on to the next hand. What an awesome spot. Incredible cold 4, and that's going to get him up to 10 million.
First player to reach the 8-digit mark. And I wonder if he's happy. Do you reckon he's smiling massively underneath that mask?
I reckon he's feeling himself, yeah.
Well, if he's feeling himself, please be aware of when he puts his hands below the table. Queen 7 for Zhang Yiping. Eight-5, down it goes. Looks like we're going to see a walk for the King 6 offsuit. Merry Christmas, sir. Hope you enjoy the early present. Going back to that hand, Corey, I'm curious what, in your eyes, would be the ideal hand to kind of take as a bluff in that spot. Obviously, Ace-4 of Hearts seems to qualify in Mo's eyes there, but is that kind of going to be the absolute best possible kind of 3-bet bluff combo or 4-bet bluff combo there, or would you rather take a hand like Ace-10 offsuit or maybe even something else? What do you think?
So an ace-4 suited certainly is a reasonable candidate for that kind of move. We have the ace obviously blocking the really strong hands. The 4 is basically just staying out of the way. Another hand that's actually a surprisingly good candidate sometimes in spots like this is a hand like King-Queen. The idea is that we are blocking hands like Ace-King, Ace-Queen, Kings and Queens, the hands that we're obviously really worried about running into. But we actually unblock hands like Ace-7 suited, Ace-4 suited, Ace-5 suited that are going to be making these 3-bet bluffs. When we hold a hand like King-Queen, it's a little bit more likely that they have a hand like Aces, but it's much more likely that they have one of those bluffing hands. And by having the King and the Queen in our hand, we make it a bit less likely that the card that goes along with the Ace is one that we're actually worried about. And we'll jump straight back into the action here because the Sexy Boys have made yet another appearance. And I would say, now that we're at this... are we at 8160?
Yeah,
the graphics are telling me two different things.
80. Yeah, we're at 8160 right now. So in the bottom left, we can see the blinds say 80k, 160k, Corey. I don't know whether or not you're hyper fixated on the top right, but definitely.
Yeah. It's just, I mean,
right now.
Yeah. So the jacks are starting the hand with about 10 bigs. We have one real choice: put the chips in the middle and let them fall where they may. Yang with the Ace-9 offsuit. getting a reasonable price, but you know your opponent's not going to be messing around in a spot like this. The ace-9's going to be dominated a little bit too often to be making this call, in my opinion.
Yeah, your opinion is a very valid one, but does Yang agree with it? Opinions are very similar to locations in the rear, in that everybody has one. And we'll see whether or not there's going to be an opinion that's shared. As we do get the entire count.
129 159 Cool.
Oh my god, he calls.
Wow, okay, this is a little bit light.
On their back. Cards on their back, sorry.
The ace-9's getting a good price, and Yang does have the stack where he can afford to be a little more speculative. He decides that's enough reason for him to make the call here. We'll send this to the floor to call the action.
Tournament director, announce this one out. Good luck to both of these guys.
And we have only top of the final table for KPC main. Player at risk is showing their jobs against ace-9 off 2. Let us see the top.
Oh, the blade.
Brutal.
GG's to Shungi Ping, finishing in, I believe, 8th position here. Very well played, sir. And we will see you on the next one.
Down to 7.
Down to 7 we go.
I don't know any of the players of the table. But maybe played before. Like him, played before. Played at the same table before.
Because I will say that that man front and center right there with the Red Dragon badge is no stranger to the live streams here in Jeju. We've seen him on at this table for the Baby Dragon, for the Red Dragon main event in past series. Definitely not a stranger to the lights, the camera, and all of this action. To see how he decides to play against these guys, as he's probably going to have a bit of an edge on the field if not all of them are used to playing under the live stream settings. What do you think, Corey? When was the last time you played on a live stream? It's been a very, very long time for me, I must say.
My last live stream experience was sit down in the $2,500 and double up in the first orbit, and then lose a flip and get eliminated the first time I played a hand.
Great.
Yeah, not a fond memory.
Oh, it seems well played.
But it is. Yeah, it definitely it is true what you say. Having some experience under these conditions on these live streams, sort of just being able to put it out of your mind that people are watching, that it's going to be recorded, and that people might be judging the way you're playing. Being able to put that regardless is a huge advantage over those that are struggling a little bit to make the adjustment and stay level-headed. I've certainly seen a lot of missteps and mistakes happen purely out of nerves or discomfort on stream tables in the past. And these guys are playing for a pretty substantial sum here, so much easier for that pressure to start sinking in, having an impact.
Looks like Yang Zhihua is not feeling the pressure as of yet. takes it to 340. Kujong Mo finds the call with pocket sevens, and that is a board that's probably going to be better for the out of position player here. I mean, a lot of ace highs are going to be opening, but not too many of them are going to be flatting cutoff, right, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, you would expect the stronger aces to be, but even a lot of the medium ones, typically speaking, they're going to be either maybe 3-betting or folding, but given the stack sizes here and the ICM pressure, you'll often see players, whether it's correct or not, just playing it a little bit slower with a hand like an ace-jack or an ace-3 suited. Now, in saying that, we saw Ku with the cold 4-bet just moments ago, so he certainly does not seem to be intimidated by the spot and happy to put things to use, but also in saying that, at the time he had his opponents well covered in that hand. Maybe now that Yang's up there in the 10 million chip club, might get a little bit more respect from his opponent here. Second barrel coming in, and this should be enough to get the sevens out of the way now.
Yeah, 675 is the total, and down goes the best hand. Very well played there, sir. Look at those chip denominations. If you guys are unaware of the chip values at the moment, those brown or orange looking chips are worth 5,000, the greens 25,000, but most of the power is held with those betting discs to the right of that stack we see there. They're actually the time banks. All of these players get 30 seconds to act pre-flop, and that gives them the opportunity to utilize those white 100k chips a little bit more efficiently. So we'll have to see how they go under the time bank pressure. It sounds like there is a bit of a subwoofer malfunction in Corey's background. The ace-queen getting ribbed in the middle. Good luck to you.
Certainly a lot of excitement in the background here, but not as much excitement as an all-in here on our feature table. It's a pretty big jam, about 16 bigs from early position.
What kind of subwoofer do you have in the background there, Corey?
Oh, I've got an assortment.
A collection of subwoofers.
Yeah, they're small, but they've certainly got a bit of bass to them. Let me put it that way.
Well said, well said.
I'm just a lawyer doing this to my... Tim, Taiwan poker champ. Bro.
These guys are insisting. No, I don't know how to play poker. I'm a lawyer, man. I'm new. I think being a lawyer and saying that you're not a poker player, you're a lawyer is like saying that I'm not an electrician. I just light up everybody's day. Like, I think lawyers and lying go about together as well as poker and lying, right? I feel like it's just kind of 6 of one, half the other.
I mean, I certainly wouldn't feel any more comfortable knowing that my opponent practices law for a living.
Definitely looks like he's had plenty of practice. I mean, he's cruising along with around 10 million biscuits now. Queen 10 suited for Kuchong Mo. Finds the call. Dominated, but not out of this one. And I don't think Queen 10 is a hand that he ever wants to fold. He doesn't look like a man that even folds his laundry. Get a close up of those creases on that t-shirt.
Yeah, that is a man who is... Oh no, he is willing to see a flop.
He's willing to see a flop and a dry cleaner one day, maybe. 9-7 of diamonds, dominated by weight of suit, but covering these other two guys. Definitely a mandatory peel. And away we go.
Yeah, once again, our two-table chip leaders are going to be involved in a hand together. Jan Lu's also going to be in the mix this time, however.
Let's get the Jack 8-4 2-diamond flop. Nope. Instead, we see the 7-4 deuce and pair of sevens, locating top pair and the best hand. Check, check. Another Queen 10. Maybe going to try and reach out and take this away, but when you're doing that, you kind of wouldn't mind having a sliver of equity. Queen 10 high doesn't have much, especially on the 3 of hearts turn. And that there is what we call a 10 high flush for Yu Han. Looks like Big Blind is going to lead, take aim and fire.
Top pair barely a favourite against the field at this point. Whole lot of rivers that change things.
Yeah, we can see that even though Liu Han doesn't even have a pair, he does still have a gut shot, a flush draw, and 2 overcards to the pair of sevens. He's going to win this pot a third of the time, apart from when he does that. And Yang Shihua is going to pick up another one. 12 million biscuits. That is quite a comfortable chip stack.
Rocketing up that leaderboard. Teng Shuhu currently rounding out the bottom, playing 1.2 million. Good for about 7.5 big blinds. Have a few orbits to try and spin that up into something before we tick up to the 100k, 200k blind level.
Jack 9 suited. It's a very pretty hand from the hijack. Obviously, if he raises, it will be into the chip leader in the blind. So, not comfortable, but I think this is a bit too good of a hand to be relinquishing.
Yeah, I mean, this would be probably the weakest hand we're looking to play from this position. Certainly see argument for getting amongst it. I can see passing it up given the ICM dynamics of the table. Just playing a little bit snug. We've got a 7.5 big blind stack here, a 10 big blind stack there, and we've got some chip leaders to contend with in the hand. Definitely on the snug side to be letting this one go, but I understand it. You see it. Bullet has been dodged here. Saying how with the ace-king going to open it up on the button. He'll feel a little less intimidated having the chip leader on his left with such a strong holding.
Well, 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 Corey. The 10-8 is going to let go, and it's a very, very good day when you go back-to-back blueprint tribule. My God. That is quite a good-looking Arcana pack, if I do say so myself. And Gonna have to see how this eventuates now. I mean, gonna have to probably get those jacks up to queens. Carry this one forth. Definitely some ease in the horizon. Just gonna have to see how that eventuates.
Wait. This one.
Well, he's not up diamonds for 320. As somebody is sneezing about 8 times next to me. I don't know why.
Snug fold here, but facing the under the gun open. Again, can certainly understand playing things a little on the safer side. We do, of course, have some pretty meaningful pay jumps coming up for these guys. 7 players remaining. Looking at just shy of 27 million won already locked up. It's the equivalent of about 18,500 USD. Just lasting to 5th will see you virtually double that payout. When you're sitting there middle of the pack and there's a handful of short stacks floating around, it's not that hard to accomplish if you're just willing to be a little bit more on the tighter side and play a little bit snug, let the chip leaders do their thing.
The subwoofer.
That treble seems to be getting a little high.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like you're in trouble over there. I hope everything is all right.
It's the second ace king in just 3 hands for Zhang.
Definitely running pretty hot right now.
It's a good time to do it. Interesting spot here for the King Jack. Playing 7.5 bigs under the gun. Got 6 players to get this jam through in order to pick up those blinds and antes. Equity when called is just okay. Do we let it go and pay our blinds and antes next hand, or do we run it? And I think this is a case where we need to lean towards the side of aggression with a shorter stack. I think we need to go after those 400,000 chips in the middle. We do see an ace folded already as we fold around all the way to the blinds. Close to getting this one through. One more contender. Huelu, I don't think, is going to be getting himself into trouble with this Jack 10. The price is good, but you're against an under-the-gun opener. So far, Lu's been pretty content to be snug, patient, and wait for these short stacks to bust out. He's going to give it some thought. Perhaps that price is tempting. Almost 2-1 with a hand that's usually going to have decent equity. He does make the good fold. He laid it down to a dominating hand. Would not have had the equity he needed to make this call.
Ace 9 offsuit for Shang Yu Hao.
Picked up a couple of ace kings that just got all the way through the blinds. This time he'll pick up a slightly worse ace, and it is not going to get very far at all. Yang is immediately left on immediate left, probably putting in the raise here.
Yeah, definitely locating a bit of an issue, a roadblock, a hurdle by way of the chip leader with 10s. Up it goes to what looks to be around 800k.
That's a big 3-bet. And we could have some action on our hands here. Lu Yu Han with the ace king in the cutoff. 25 bigs to start the hand. Perfect stack size for the 4-bet jam. And credit to him, he has pulled the trigger on it. It's actually a pretty daunting spot. You're facing an under-the-gun open and a +1 3-bet. You're not expecting these guys to have rubbish. Of course, get past Zhang's ace 9. The question is Yang happy to call another 2.9 with his pocket 10s? He has asked for a count. Now, I do think that this 4-bet jam is probably going to look something like ace king or jacks plus. I don't think that's unreasonable, given the situation, to assume that the range looks either exactly that or very close to that. And against that range, 10s is actually not doing all that well. This was certainly not a bluff when Yang initially made the 3-bet, but given how strong of a move this jam is, he might have to give up the pocket 10s. Lu will be thrilled if he's able to get this through. He's put in 3.9. If he gets it through, he'll be sitting on 5.7 without having to take a flop.
Yeah, that'd be huge. But obviously, he's already facing somebody who's put in a quarter of his chips.
That's a call. And it's going to be a fair fight, Jordan.
Most certainly
Send it to the floor. What a huge shift in power on this final table.
Yeah, it's a big flop.
Yang not able to hold with the 10s, and all of a sudden Liu Yu-Han is up to almost 9 million chips. Up there with the chip leaders.
Five full suited for Yu-Han.
Picked up nearly 5 million chips on that last hand. We'll see if he wants to put them to use here with the 5-4 suited. Decides against it. Going to take a hand off.
Yeah, 7-3-20. Fernando in the background, one of the finest tournament directors in all the lands, doing a fantastic job. Big jam here from Zhang. King Jack suited. About 22 big blinds against the cutoff open. Yeah, I don't know if I'd be jamming this hand. I mean, looks like it is going to work. It's a jam of like 23 blinds. It's a huge rip. What do you think?
So there's two things to consider here. Sort of two ways to look at this. The first is that King Jack suited makes a really, really good defend against the cutoff open. We're going to be dominating some of the range. We've got the suitedness making our hand a little bit more playable, which somewhat mitigates the positional disadvantage. And of course, we just have a strong hand with decent implied odds. We make strong top pairs, etc., etc. The idea with the jam, so the negatives are that it takes away the opportunity for us to just use the hand as a really good defend. The positive is that our opponent is probably opening obscenely wide. We've seen that Ku's more than happy to get after it with basically any excuse. We saw the cold 4-bet bluff before. We've seen him playing plenty of speculative hands, just accumulating that big stack. If our opponent is opening ridiculously wide, that means that jam just gets through super often. We can expand our range, play a bit more aggressive, and just expect to take it down an extremely high percentage of the time. King Jack suited's not a bad hand to add into that range. When it does get called, we've got okay equity, but mostly we just don't have to mess around and battle with the chip leader post flop when we're just so likely to win it immediately. So definitely pros and cons on the shove there.
Six-five suited, facing this +1 open of the ace-jack. Looks like he's reaching, ooh, maybe deeply? No. Decides against, in goes a call.
That would be a spicy 3-bet, but we are just going to go to a flop for now.
And the flop will bring us ace-jack 10, and as far as flops go, that one's not too bad for the ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, I think Yang's probably done with this hand at this point.
Taking a look at how often people have been showing down their hands. Hu Shengshu, 100% of the time. Every single time he's played a hand, people have gotten to see what he's been up to. And no doubt they're going to be reading into that info quite a lot. So we've got stacks on stacks of white chips here now. Things definitely starting to build. Ace deuce offsuit, Yuhan. Into the bin she goes.
Yeah, this is a pretty light open. It's surprised to see the ace-2 getting opened here, but not the, what was it, the 5-4 suited from a moment ago.
Definitely interesting. As it sounds like you're doing a little bit of chip riffling in the background there, Corey. Do I have that correct, my friend?
No, that's from the table. You can see in the bottom right, you can see that the hands.
Forgive me.
Yep.
Riffling those time banks. That's why it sounds a bit different.
Riffling time banks, second
similar.
only to riffling bounty chips.
Riffling bounty chips is one of the finer things in life, I must say. It's very similar to a penny. That does make sense. As we see Yang Jihua from the King 6-6 going to check it over. Get stabbed into by the ace deuce. Top pair obviously not going anywhere in a rush.
It's pretty clean flop, this. I mean, we're expecting to have our opponent drawing dead a pretty reasonable percentage of the time, or drawing close to, and the times when we're behind, we're going to be drawing dead, or close to. The defend from the small blind here is a little bit interesting. I mean, this is and the check raise is a lot of fun as well. It probably does make sense theoretically. We can represent a lot of like King Queen, King Jack, maybe King 10 suited type of hands. Would we raise them against under the gun? Maybe, maybe not. We see a time bank chip going into the middle as well. These guys are just playing street poker at this point.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. What's interesting to note here as well is this is actually a defend from the small blind, not to the big blind.
Exactly.
In my eyes, I was thinking to myself, well, maybe you'd probably have better hands to raise if you were from the big blind. Obviously, you're going to be defending a lot of offsuit sixes, so you don't really want to start mixing in some of these weaker King X, but looks like he's gone for it anyway. So, color me surprised, and down goes the ace deuce.
Yeah, very weird hand all round, but Yang is going to be the beneficiary of the weirdness.
A trophy going to be going home with one of these guys. Ace 4 for Hu Shengshu. See what the decision will be here.
7.5 bigs from the hijack. This is pretty close. Obviously want to be finding spots to jam and take blinds down. 4 opponents behind. It's a little more than you would like to be putting your tournament life on the line with the ace 4. Problem is that you're running short on time. I imagine this King Queen, there's a reasonable shot this would have been giving some action against the short stack jam. It'll certainly be opening now that it's folded to Zhang.
Yang thinking about maybe paying tribute to the late great legend Doyle Brunson here.
We thought the King 2 suited was light. This would be something. 7-6 suited, gonna hit the muck. Sad one to have to fold, but out of the small blind off a short stack. Difficult to do much. Yuhan's Jack 9 suited, a super defendable hand in the big blind. See if you can make some of the chips back from the last hand.
$753 as this is a board that favors the big blind for sure.
It certainly looks like a big blind kind of flop. It is still the king high that's ahead at the moment. But we are going to see the donk lead. over to Zhang. These donk leads can be a little bit difficult to deal with, but especially so when the SPR is low enough and the ICM pressure is significant enough that your opponent can find a lot of ways to get your stack put at risk. To a turn, 10 of clubs does add a gut shot to the Arsenal blue. And with that, he will continue to fire King Queen after floating the flop and getting a turn that's not helpful. It's time to preserve the rest of that 3.5 million and get out of the way.
$475 is the amount, and down it goes. Well played there from Yuhan.
Pretty big separation between the top and bottom halves of the leaderboard at the moment. We've got 8 million as our third place stack. And the rest of the field sitting actually below 4 million.
Getting one more look at that trophy. These guys still battling it out for it. Ace deuce of clubs. So you have 12 hands remaining in this blind level before we are going to tick up to, I believe, 100, 200.
Snug fold.
Very snug fold.
Looking like we could have a blind versus blind confrontation between two of our chip leaders here. Lou's not going to start with a limp either. Over to Ku, 5-2 offsuit, easy fold.
4-0. Into the muck she goes, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be waiting for next.
Mo came into this one as the chip leader, has been fluctuating around that 9 to 10 to 8 million mark since getting here. Hui though, pocket 10s. I think this one's going to be going fourth. Though he does start this one with around 23 big blinds. Do you think he just jams? Looks like he will.
Yeah, from out of position, easiest way to play this is just get the chips in. Tens can get really awkward to play in 3-bet pots with low SPRs. Chance of you flopping an overpair is actually pretty low. Gets very difficult to navigate when there's 1 or 2 overcards out there and you've got a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio. And ace-4, he's opened it up a little bit since picking up those chips with the exception of that one suited connector. Wouldn't surprise me to see him getting amongst it here as well. We saw ace-2 offsuit getting open from under the gun, so ace-4 from the cutoff feels like a value hand. Up to 400k. Mo with the queen-jack offsuit. He is going to pass this one up. Wouldn't have surprised me to see him get a little bit spicy with that, judging on what we've seen so far. But he decides to rein it in a little. 7-5 off for Sheng Shu Hu here. Nothing for anyone, but even less for who.
You call for the pair. It's too short. I know. Any pair, he go in. Any pair, any draw. I think you fire got shot. At least I got shot. I know, that's why I raised bigger. I know he'll call for the pair. You raise bigger. I mean, we're gonna see you, but I'm like, oh, you raise bigger, okay. You not folding for a 3-bet.
Folding all in.
I'm folding all in. The deck must be loving me right now. 4, 5 times in a row? Well, it's getting out of the way.
Ace-10 for Liu Han. Get yourself a drink of some of that Pepsi, my friend. Gotta keep the sweet drinks, keep you hydrated, keep everything going very smoothly and nicely. Even if it is directly into the microphone. 5 deuce offsuit. It's a 7 in some places, but it's a fold in others, and I think in this one it is definitely going into the muck.
TV time. Lou going to continue to keep his foot on the gas here. Ku going to pass on the ace-9. But Lu Hui will not be passing on the pocket queens.
The ladies are far too attractive right here, if I do say so myself. Not just in Jeju, but specifically in this hand. In go the white chips.
That's a very small 3-bet. And was that 2 10s? Oh boy.
Oh dear.
3-bet to 775 and absolutely cooled here. I mean, the action looks strong, but I mean, what are you going to do? You got almost 4 big blinds, and you have 2 10s in your hand. You just got to run it.
And look, it'd be pretty sick if the fold is made, but obviously not going to be.
And this might get Yuhan off the hook. The 9-8 suited getting a good price. I'd say there's a reasonable chance that we go to a flop, and obviously a lot of ways that can go poorly for the 9-8 suited. Also, sometimes can be easy to level yourself into thinking that people are playing back at you when you've opened a bunch of hands in a row. With this all in here, this might actually enable Lou to just call and go to a flop. The action does not reopen. So you can call here and he will be allowed to see the flop. And with the main pot locked, there's not all that much incentive for Hui to push him out of the pot. It's a little easier to realize your equity once you go post.
不，那个是小的，那个是 sample。哪个是 sample 呢？30，对，30几万是 sample，34是 sample。
Looks like we are going to see him make the call. So three-way we go to a flop.
Yeah, okay.
Obviously, Hu Shingshu all in and at risk with the 10s. Needs to locate one to stay alive, or we will be down to our final 6 players. Will the flop help him? Absolutely not. So the 9-8 of hearts does flop a flush draw. We could have some carnage on our hands.
Certainly helps Johan's 9-8 suited here. There's not really a whole lot of reason, typically speaking, to bluff at these sorts of pots. Wait, is going to go ahead and bet here, and I guess this is just strictly for value. Queens don't really need a whole lot of protection. Not a whole lot of hands that you really need to deny equity against with the queen. So I'd probably prefer to just see this checked back and played safe.
Yeah, I really don't like this bet. I mean, Johan is going to have hands like King Jack suited, King 10 suited, maybe even some of the King Jack O's and sure, King Queen O's of the world that facing the price that he's getting just are going to be coming along. So whilst sure, extracting value is okay, and I will add that there is a side pot here. So it's not a dead side, it's not a dry side. There are chips that are still trying to pick up, but he is going to check the turn back, and he needs to fade a harder a 6 instead.
Oh,
what on earth is that river card? The 10 of
He
spades.
needs to fade. Needs to fade a heart, a 6, or the out that we completely forgot about, who is still here, and he's now boated up on the river and will be taking down this main pot.
Oh, wow. What a sick hand. Up to 2.1 million is a lot of chips. I mean, you find the essential quadruple up. That's a massive spot for Hu Shingshu, and that could lead him to making much, much more than he had any right to. The 2-outer on the river. Remain in your seat, sir, and actually go into 7th in chips. Not even our short stack anymore. What a crazy turn of events for him.
Yeah, that's a big pickup. Triple up and change.
174加大小毛嘛。
推爆了50，这是从我身上推爆的，推爆，3300了。
I'll be blind. We have the King 8. And wow, he does get jammed on the Jack 8 suited. Obviously not sticking around as we carry onwards.
Somehow still 7-handed after the 10s find themselves utterly cooled. What a sick river card that was. Queen's had to fade an absolute truckload of outs to hold, but we've basically forgotten about the tens.
Lucky poker. Lucky point. 青龙杯 B 组比赛，距离比赛开始剩余11分钟，请以报名的玩家请让自己座位。感兴趣的玩家可以到柜台参与比赛。
你亏了多少？亏了还好吧，也不亏很多。
又打了一枪啊！他打了一枪50万嘛。
Queen at Jack on the button here for Yang.
好嘞，打了50万，来领到了。
I don't know why
口牌对吧？还要打。
he is taking so long with these decisions.
He is
There's
a
no
star.
other tables.
54 big blinds for our chip leader. 11 for our short stack. Blinds are going to be heading upwards in about 5 hands, so things are going to get drastically shallower.
我3点多个 BP 的钱，如果多一点可能是会去放掉。我这个码我应该不要了。对。太短了。
你这码挺什么？挺健康。哦。对，现在一个jump有1000万了，差不多。没必要。哦，我说他那个肯定要的，他那个3个 BB 是啊，马上丢盲了，我操，已经裂开了。
Ace deuce for Shang Yu Hao. Into the muck it goes.
Jack 8 suited on the button for 11. This is a spot where you can pull the trigger. High risk. But when you're starting to get this short, those are the kind of spots you've got to be looking for. He is going to pass on this spot as well. Certainly would have gotten past the small blind. And certainly would have got past the big blind. Perhaps a missed opportunity there for our short stack.
别瞎说，这直播桌怎么能打 cash 呢？马上回去被抓起来赌博，我靠！体育竞技。
Oh, jacks for Yang.
Sorry.
$380 is the raise. He quickly folds this time. Around to our blinds. Lu Hui might have a defendable hand here. King 8 offsuit.
Couple sevens and a 4. King 8 still in no man's land. These jacks good. Neither player with a club. Looks like we're going to see about a 200K. Don't think this King 8 is going to be going anywhere other than the muck.
Not much that can be done. Pocket 8s for Zhang here. 20 bigs to start the hand.
Number 3, fold. Number 4, fold. 5, fold. 6, fold.
All the way around to the blinds. Ace 3 suited for Lu. Can he get involved with this against an under the gun open? The answer, according to him, is no. And who might be in trouble here? He is pipped by the slightly superior pair. He has a stack where he could just put it in. Only about 13 effective. He does. Zhang's going to get a count. I imagine we'll see a slightly begrudging call. I do think the 8s are going to have to run it here. And who's going to be in big trouble? He found a 2-outer not long ago with the 10s against the queens and 9-8 suited for over a triple up. Good chance that he's going to have to find a 7 to stay alive in this hand.
I think this is just a little bit of posturing before the chip is thrown in. These sevens are going to be all in and at risk. Going to have to locate one to stay alive.
Who in big trouble? We'll send it to Fernando to give us the play-by-play.
They swap outs here.
It is clean. We will lose Cheng Shu-Hu in 7th place. And just like that, down to 6. He's Zhong Xiao, new table short stack, playing 1.7 million, but just one double up away from joining the rest of the pack. Payouts as they stand. Currently, all players have secured themselves a little over 35 million Korean won, equivalent of just shy of 25,000 US dollars. But of course, there is also the $5,000. Jordan, was it an opening event package?
Yes, I believe it's entry into the opening event of the King Poker Cup series in January worth 5,000 US dollars.
Number 3, fold. Number 4, fold.
Queen 5 of diamonds into the mark.
Jack 10 offsuit for Ku here. Light open, but he has the chips to speculate. Over to Zhang. King, Queen offsuit playing 5 million courtesy of the 8s holding up against the 7s a moment ago.
Number 2, raise E-bar. Number 6, fold.
我的100怎么吃了一个400的 all in 我靠！有 AK 呀、他有 AK， 他100能碰吗？100老飞他脸上，我有 AK。Of course, yeah. From the big time. Seven deuce. 7 deuce my ass.
51-54.
Number 4, fold. Number 5, fold. Number 6, fold.
1、2、3、4、5、500、560、500。
fold.
对，我没什么变化。那把赢了就厉害，那把输了也没什么变化。多少？800，1000左右，900多。本来前面是1300、1200，输了你一个400嘛。
Jack 4. The Robbie finds the limp.
会 call 可以再勾你，说再等一个打马掉，
就拼了。
Natural 9, the 6-3 in the big. Are we going to see him just check it back and see a flop? Yes, he will.
Off to the cheapest flop here. Blind versus blind. So a whiff for both players so far.
Number 2 check. Number 3 check.
Four of diamonds on the turn.
4 of diamonds.
The Jack 4 improves. 6-3 picks up a gut shot.
Number 3 check.
Ten of hearts, however, does not change a thing.
Number 2 check.
有趣有趣啊，可以去看。
Number 3 check. Okay.
Good. 我想看看他什么牌令。
You know, you talked about deuce 7. That last 10 I got was deuce 7.
看看不就知道了吗？这么复杂吗？就看看在前卫最差会玩什么，最好会玩什么肯定是知道的，最差会玩什么看看就知道了。跟我想的差不多。 这还应该不是下限，勾还挺大的，我以为是29上面。
King Queen offsuit here.
啊，你开欧本我你那把是 K2 草花，专位开欧本我3D。我说你是 K2 草花。 好，1我不知道，我看的是你专位开我大你的那个。
Very pretty hand on the button here for Zhang. 7-6 of diamonds. Seen a couple of suited connectors hit the muck on this final table, but this is one of the spots where they're going to be pretty attractive. Relatively deep and in position, but still we're going to see it sent back to the dealer. King 10 offsuit now for Yang. He is dominated. We saw him make a pretty light call with the King 2 suited in the small blind earlier. And we're going to see him commit some chips to this pot as well.
Jack 10 suited for Hishong Chi. Does have
speaking of pretty hands.
4 million. Feels like he just has to come along and pray that he flops relatively well and gets to walk away with this.
Yeah, jamming doesn't really do a whole lot. You don't have the stack to generate the fold equity that you would like. Calling and looking for a flop like this, maybe even going for a stop and go play here and just putting the chips in immediately. You'll get things like the king highs to fold, which is actually a huge win for your hand. And if you do get called, you've obviously got really good equity with the 2 overs and a flush draw. Looks like it's going to work out perfectly for him. Jams for about 1 full pot size, and he's just up against a couple of air balls. And it's looking like he's getting this through.
Holy
Or two. Oh, okay. Number 3 fold.
The gents, this will be the last hand for this level.
Maybe if I was in a small one, just go over the time.
280, 160 for this one.
I can't call here.
And then the next is 122.
前面装在那边的时候就已经是1、2、3、4，少算了好几把。前面这边还有人呢，还很随意，随心所欲。
Huh? No, not me. I would have suited.
Of course, they suited. That's
Let's go. Yeah, that's okay.
Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold. Number 2 fold.
He can do suited and the muck from the cutoff. Ooh, this won't be though. Pocket queens for Yang Zhihua.
We have another premium in the mix on the button this time. Got a rejam stack in the small blind. Got a big stack in the big blind. Pretty good spot to pick up a couple of ladies.
3. Raise. 1 2 pound. Number 4.
Small blind out of the way. Just one more potential customer, and King 5 offsuit. Probably going to be enough to stick around, judging by what we've seen so far.
To a flop we go. 1 million exactly in the middle. 9-7 Rainbow. These queens still very good. King 5 does have some backdoor stuff, but I think facing a continuation bet, this hand is going to be over with very, very quickly.
Number 3 check.
Spicy check back from Yang.
Number 5 check.
Will it backfire is the question.
Number 3 bad. Or 3 on 1 shot. Number 5 fold.
Delayed C-bet will get through. Yang back to 9 million, sitting atop that leaderboard for the moment at least.
Number 7 fold. Number 2 fold. Number 3 fold. Number 4 Number 5 fold.
Blinds ticking up to the 100, 200 level now. Sees Izong Shi's stack reduced to a value of about 12 bigs, and he's going to put them to use immediately with a 12 big blind jam here with the king 10. Jack 8 offsuit. Cannot be calling for this much. You'll get the count, and he will relinquish.
I don't know, man.
2,265,000. Number 6 fold.
Still marching along with 6 players remaining as the blinds are ticking up to 100k, 200k. It's going to be 125, 250 in 25 hands time.
Queen 10 for Yang. Wouldn't surprise me to see him playing this one.
Number 3. Raise. There's a 2 on the chain. Number 4, fold. Number 5, fold. There's a 2 on the chain. 475. Okay. Number 6, fold. Number 7, fold. Number 3, fold. Number 4, fold. Number 5, raise. 6 400. Number 6, fold.
Jack 9 finds the raise from the cutoff, the Yuhui. Ace 3 offsuit in the small, also going to pass. What will the big blind wake up with? Oh, ace queen. It's a very pretty looking hand.
Typically a spot where we'd just purely get a 3-bet. Wouldn't shock me to just see an all-in here.
Number 2, raise. Levi Sancho. 1,300,000.
Looks like he has found the 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Number 5, fold.
And a quick relinquish. Sang will take that one down.
5 fold. Number 6 fold.
Baby turn day 1C. The blind goes up 1525. Give the Gassi 25.
Number 7. Raise.
Again for baby drum day 1C. 1,500.
Looks like our graphics have not caught up, but Luhui is going to pull the trigger on an effective jam here for about 16 bigs from the button. He will get it through.
Number 5 fold. Number 6 fold. Number 7 fold.
Queen 9 offsuit on the button. Definitely think we should be raising this even with the chip leader on our direct left in the small blind, but
It's always going to be a bit more problematic with the big stack in the big blind rather than the small blind. It's a little bit more difficult for them to come after us. And they've still got the one player behind. It's not to say it can't happen. And that might be what's happening here. Ace-4 offsuit for Yang, and he hasn't given them back yet. Raise announced. Chip deployed.
Number 4 fold.
Not really much Zhang can do here. Queen 9 offsuit. One of the worst hands that we'd be opening. Just going to have to give it up against the 3-bet.
Number 2 fold.
takes it down.
It's a very pretty trophy.
Certainly is. It looks okay. Get it? It's okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
It certainly does look okay.
你不是看了我 raise 你的牌吗？应该比你的大，都前面好几把 raise。raise 你不多，我说我 raise 的牌。
Number 6 fold.
还有朋友帮你，你朋友还帮你关注了。
Number 7 fold.
这么职业的吗？有团队的。
Number 2 raise. Second one 400.
Oh wow, spiciness afoot here. Ace Queen finds the open from the cutoff, and Yang Shihua, obviously being the chip leader, is going to be 3-betting quite a lot. So when he does this, I wonder how Zhang is going to respond. I mean, Ace Queen is definitely a good enough hand to potentially 4-bet rip.
Yeah, I mean, it's late positions as well. This is really, really dangerous for Zhang. I mean, just last hand, Yang 3-bet him light. So he's obviously capable of pulling the trigger with far less than an ace and a king. And yeah, I mean, what are we working with? 30 big blinds here. Seems like a very reasonable spot to pull the trigger on the 4-bet jam. In fact, it's probably the perfect spot to go for it.
Yeah. This is ideal as a candidate to take as a jam. But unfortunately for him, he's going to run into it. The all-in is announced. And we don't have a snap, but he's going to get a count, and I think he is going to put the call in.
Yeah, this is going in. No question about it.
Okay, call.
On their back.
Let's see it.
Zhang in big trouble here. We could be down to 5 in just a moment. Let's send it to the boss.
Nope.
No chop. I want to win.
Whoa.
Wow.
What a sick river card.
That is absolutely gigantic in the overall position of everybody in this tournament. The Queen of Hearts on the river flips things around. Zhang Yuhao, our new chip leader. And Yang Shihua goes from hero to almost 0. 4 million is still plenty, but it's not as comfortable as it once was. What a spot, Corey.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And I mean, this is the most chips that anyone has had in this tournament so far at 12 million. Zhang has gotten them in style. Queen on the river. Had 1 foot out the door. But now both feet firmly planted. As he takes the captaincy of the table.
Yeah? Oh, I know that means. Okay. 40. 40. Wow, 5%。拿了张 king， 还拿了一张，3%。你拿了一张先。现在知道是真的了吧？但这个牌也够大了，开头对吧？刚刚我大脑在想嘛，你8成是吧？20这样，20多 DV 要可以的。可以。对8成，拿到。对我刚刚8成对 cut off， 没错 ，that's right。所以对8成要推回去对吧？那不能你把3比我，把觉得你 AA 吧？就是想你把3比我，把都觉得你 AA。因为他这个牌差不多嘛，差不多了，30个 BB cut off 对庄差不多了。他那个 A 圈决赛多的问题可以4比，但4比负5比太亏了，负不了。他对石头跟我推400万，他一对石头给你推你。比现在还多呢，那个时候盲注才12000还是16000。对，我觉得这个牌 number 7 fold。我靠，只有400万了，20个币了。
A6 for Yang, obviously trying to get back on the bike and keep on pedaling.
Yeah, I mean, pretty brutal beat last hand to knock him all the way down to 4 million, but it's not the time to be giving up.
Okay, that's right.
Number 3, raise.
A couple of 100 million won at stake.
450. Number 4,
Got to lock back in and
5, 4.
refocus.
Number 6, call. Heads up.
这打完9点了，感觉在他们晚餐。20手是真酒，这一手牌。
10-6-3 as both these guys find a pair. The Jack 10 in the lead.
Would probably prefer to just see a check back with this ace-6 of hearts here. It's not a board that we're going to see bet with our entire range. An ace-6 is a hand that does not want to get check raised. Plenty of straight draws and flush draw possibilities that our opponent could choose to play aggressively. Kui is just going to start with a call, however. 2.2 million in the pot. Yang with just 3.1 million behind. Jack of clubs will bring that front door flush in. And Ku's going to make the top 2 pair now. Yang still drawing to the same outs.
Number 3, check.
King of spades not changing a thing. Jack 10 still now with the check mark.
$295.
Ku has the check mark, but he has not yet checked, and in fact he's placed a handful of time bank chips into the middle while he decides on how big he's going to make it. Surely a bet is coming out here. It's a bet of half pot that he has decided on.
$1.1 million is the wager. And Yang wondering what to do here. I mean, this king is not the river card you really want to be heroing on, is it? Definitely going to have hands like king, queen, king, 9 that check turn with no club that river a pair and want to extract value.
Yeah, well, I mean, when we see bet the flop and get called, we'd probably expect it to be a little bit more likely that we're up against some kind of straight draw or flush draw combo. Obviously, the flush draws are all there, but if you flopped a straight draw, you have air on this river, and that's probably why Yang is thinking so hard about this.
Call. Number 3, call.
Oh my god, he does call.
He does.
And
yeah.
Good.
He gets the bad news. That's going to leave him on 10 bigs.
$9.8 big blinds for Yang now. Chip leader with 62, so still plenty of playability in these stacks.
3-4.
All in.
Number 3 all in.
All in from Yang, King 9 suited into the middle.
Been a really brutal 15 or 20 minutes for Yang. Ace King down to the Ace Queen. Incorrect hero call just a moment ago. And here he is with the King 9 suited, putting his last 10 bigs in. We're over to Lou, who has a decision with the Ace 7 of diamonds.
8, 5.
1.85 million.
Ace 7 of diamonds, thinking it through.
1.85. Draw.
Number 5 call.
Wow, he calls.
Yeah, he has made the call. This is a little bit light against the higher jack, but generally speaking, Ace 7 suited is going to do pretty well against most 10 big blind shoving ranges.
嗨还是对子？嗨，我靠，那里也开。
And so let's see all 5. Yang Shihua needing to locate a king or a 9 to stay in this KPC main event final table. Yu Han obviously wanting to hold on to take himself closer to 10 million chips.
Oh, 那是方块。
And finally, something will go right for Yang. He's able to find the 9 high flop. Couple of deuces for a clean run out, and he is back in this game at 4.2 million.
Okay. $285, 370加50，420。哇，200关键牌，我靠 ，HK 的试试。
Number 3 raise. 31. 400. Number 4 fold.
Yang really does not need to be opening hands like Ace-3 offsuit under the gun here, and he's going to be punished. Lou dropped a couple million to him just last hand. After his Ace-7 suited was not able to hold against the King-9, he's going to come for some revenge here with the 3-bet. And he's going to step right into the ambush. Lu Hui with the pocket kings lying in wait in the small blind. 3.3 million to start the hand, 17 bigs. He's got the perfect spot to go ahead and 4-bet jam. And Lu Yuhan has a pretty good hand to give him the action he desires. It's asked for a count, but I do think we'll see the cards on their back here, and this could be a really brutal couple of hands back to back here for Liu Yuhan.
是不是太松了？320。对啊，因为这边我到 cut off 加1 cut off 加1嘛。325。不会啊，不会上头，为什么上头？320。
Number 5 call.
啊。
He has made the call, and he's got the bad news.
我有 A。
我真的玩不了，好多牌玩不了。
That's the you know, you cover him, right? Yeah. That red should be here, yeah.
这牌是我今天拿过最大的。
昨天呢？
昨天拿过也。拿了不少A。
没有。我不需要 A。妈的！我有方块 A， 我都感觉自己赢了，我靠！妈的，我果然赢了。
And it is squeaky clean for Liu Hui's Pocket Kings. He's been patient, he's picked his spots, and he's picked a beautiful one here. Got the action, and that is going to leave Liu Yuhan as our short stack now. 1.9 million, good for about 10 bigs.
两家都没有多，我有400嘛，全部干掉。啊？
背这个包，准备走，随时。他大波了你就准备走了。
等不到了，
你就该准备走了。
他先等到牌了。你台湾人吗？不是你走，就是我走。A3O， 你怎么会赌我 A3O？
你的方块 A 你又赢了多少
Number 5 call.
A 勾方块。
Number 4 is a bit. Number 5 call.
哎 ，Hello， why I 3 card？ Hello，excuse me。
You still. Miss him.
Wow。
这后面的是没有影响的。
3张牌怎么打呀？
他一张，
他要玩牌的怎么办？3张牌怎么打
And he knows he has a 3 card.
It's a misfield.
No, it's not.
It's not? He gets to play with 3
You
cards?
can play with 2 cards?
He doesn't play.
Why?
Oh.
There's already sufficient action. 1 4, 1 raise. I cannot kill the hand.
No, don't
No, I put it here. They are together.
Stick it
I don't
together.
know.
You don't know.
You have their hand.
So he cannot play?
We continue. He cannot play. We continue to play.
Okay.
Wow, what the hell?
Floor ruling. Yeah.
他不能玩是吧？
If he can play, he'll raise it.
Really awkward one there. We've got a 3-card hand, and it is unfortunately just going to be dead.
Number 4 is a big line. Number 5 call. Number 6 raise. 31 400.
对，因为他们要求先放这里嘛，我也没看过牌，
Number 7 call.
太不合理了。I can play 3 hand.
Apologies, Corey. I just needed to step away for a moment. Did I miss anything exciting? I walked past one of the screens and I saw I might have missed an all-in. Did I?
Yeah. Oh, you have missed some sheer chaos. We've had all-ins, we've had suck-outs. This hand, someone had 3 cards.
It's all happening.
It is.
I saw the
all
kings
happening.
against tens on an 8-4-4 board. Was that right, or do I have that wrong?
Yeah, nope, that was right. It was squeaky clean.
All right, so we say GG to somebody on that hand, or was that a full double?
It was a full double.
Good stuff as that trophy still lingering. Some reports from the floor. We're winding down in Baby Dragon Day 1C. We're on our final table of the KPC High Roller, the 8 million buy-in, Korean one, of course. Jean Jawanda still in that one, so we'll have to see how he goes in that tournament. Patrick Antonius out in the field in Day 1A of the Red Dragon Championship, as well as other notable names, or other Australian notable names, might I say, like Dylan Wayne, Josh McCulley. Yida Chung was in it, but not anymore. He's probably going to jump into the 1D flight of the babiest of dragons. As for right now, plenty of action here. I mean, current payout, I believe, is around 34 million Korean won for the next bust out. And you may have the access to the amounts directly in front of you. I don't have them right now.
Yeah, we're just shy of 36 million at the moment, jumping up to 50 million at our next jump, all the way up to about 201 million for our winner. Of course, we've got that 5K opening event package included for all players still remaining.
600万找5万，那个还是上一个级别。600万找5万，那也有30个级别。
6-3 offsuit in the muck. Wrong tournament, my friend. The Baccarat tournament starts a little bit later on. Yang Shihua, the computer. You know why it's called the computer hand, right, Corey? I feel like this is like Poker 101.
It's like the median hand or something.
It's the exact 50th percentile hand. Because it looks like he's going to find the raise with it from the button playing sub 20 blinds. This is getting a big thumbs up from me as he takes it to 600k actually. So not even an open, but a 3x. And it's interesting,
yeah,
this is into a big blind player with only 1.5 milliburgers, so...
Yeah, this is very different. I mean, this is certainly not the median open size. Pressure is on Lou here. He has a hand he would love to defend against a min raise, but against the 3x, it's a little bit awkward. Looks like he is going to stick around regardless. Stack to pot ratio of less than 1 going to the flop here.
Yep, and we are going to see a flop 1.5 million ace queen 4 gut shot for the jack 10 queen 7 locating middle pair. You reckon Yang just zips it in here at a 0.7 SPR? Looks like he is just going to pile in those white chips 100k a piece on top of some greens, and is a gut shot enough to go with?
Well, he's certainly kept it simple and just put the chips in on a board that favors him, and yeah, with just a gut shot here, no overcards. I think you just have to let it go, as sad as it is.
我肯定中了呀。对子啊，中个顺子牌啊。
KPC 可以协商吗？可以协商吗？
5 deuce.
I think he'll fold.
You think he'll fold?
Oh, I'm
Good
the best.
read. You should play this game. I reckon with reads like that, mate, you should just fire everything and brick everything like
I will be I will be unstoppable at bricking things.
And it looks like we're not going to get an open off of 12 milli with a Jack 7 suited. That feels like it should be almost mandatory, right?
It's not a bad hand, that. The Jack 7 suited.
So it looks like
it's definitely
actually
worse hands.
With the 8 million, yeah, with the 8 million chip stack in the big, maybe he's just a little bit worried about the 5 big blinds in the small also, as 10 deuce offsuit for 5 bigs. It's kind of tilting.
It is, yeah. You're really just looking for something that's not absolute rubbish, so you can put the chips in and run it. Looks like he's going to go ahead and
try and
limp
limp
here.
And with a king, you just jamming this, or you're happy to try and see a flop? Surely for 5 bigs, you're just going to get jammed on by all of the hands that are going to actually want to jam, as we see the Queen 8-4 board. No heart,
yeah,
no
and unless it's a trap.
I mean, but are you really going to have traps off of this shallow of a stack? Your 5 bigs effective.
I mean, like, people do weird things with aces off short stacks. But in saying that, if he just shoved the aces, you would pay him off anyway. So you don't have to really feel bad about when you do run into it. And as it stands, Lou is going to find his flush. And he is going to be picking up a couple of big blinds as a result of this hand.
never 投资。韩国人对110万不应该送。打的什么？贼差。但这里没有打的差，打的差的已经淘汰掉了。靠运气走到这里的只有我。
Number 2 fold. Number 3 fold.
啊，还有14手牌，又休息了。
Number 5 all in.
And here goes the chips from Yu Yu Han with the ace king small blind with nothing. The big blind, Jack 7, also not a callable hand.
Ace king slightly better than the 10-2 from moments ago, and he will play it slightly more aggressively. Despite all that, he is going to get probably the same result of winning the blinds and antes.
That's how I felt like in my big blind. What a terrible card.
I'm a ghoul hair.
Especially because he limped in such a short time. You don't limp in that time.
啊，两次错失了，又能带走你们两个，简直太完美了。
Number 3 fold. Number 4 fold.
Queen Jack for Lou now, 10 bigs. Took down the last couple of pots.
Yeah, I think this one should be going in.
Yeah, certainly should.
And he does. Oh, Wake runs into it though.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple of live cards for 10 bigs. Sometimes this is what you need. You just need to get it in with your 40% equity, find your card, and go from there. Big part of why the open shoving strategy is so powerful is because even when we are behind, we can still find double ups. 2 out of 5 times is actually quite a lot of times. Wow, we see an ace-8 and an ace-jack. A whole lot of these guys out hitting the mark.
Do you think there's any reason behind Mo potentially finding just a flat? I mean, I guess if it was a jam, you'd find the flat, but against this size, you probably just want to re-isolate it.
Are you talking about coup with the ace-king?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of hands that would prefer to flat, and so working ace-king in there is reasonable. But also, you are going to have some hands that want to isolate. If you think about a hand like pocket eights, for example, we kind of wouldn't mind clicking it. We might go a little bit smaller than this, might go literally min to force opponents out. So being able to have ace-king when we do that can be important too. Good arguments for both sides. As it stands, the chips are in the middle. Lu Yuhan's going to have to find a queen or a jack.
I know I'm behind.
这个牌已经很好了。
That's why I'm not gonna be
Good news, I get a king.
Really good news.
Call, don't call king.
When the king 8-4 has the queen jack drawing thin.
3% equity is pretty brutal. Queen is too little, too late.
See you. Shit. 挺好的。
我可以又熬走一个兄弟。我没在熬，我是真的没有牌，都是射龙门的。我也没牌。
你还没牌？
我全是拉支，我就全拉支圈圈 KK 实时。
那不是很好吗？又省钱。
我就一把66，还该拉支圈圈 KK 实时。我都是落后的。
没领先多少，没领先多少。
前88领先的，88领先的 ，A 圈也领先的呀。A 圈领先的？是你第一把 A 圈跑A9，梦开始的地方忘了。
Number 4 fold. Number 6 fold.
谁比你多
Number 7 fold.
那边是600、700，我这边是100、200、300、400、500、700、500、1200，差不多你们一人1000多，差不多。
1200吧。
一共3600嘛。
对，比你多一点，还有1000。
Number 2, raise. Here's the 1. 600.
Blind on blind action here, and this is pretty cheeky for Zhang with the 5-3 offsuit. Say it's unlikely to work here. By unlikely, I mean it's not going to. In fact, I'd say it's reasonably likely Zhang doesn't even make it to the flop this hand. Just over 20 effective, blind versus blind.
Number 3, fold.
Oh, yes, that's right. 我以为我多放了10万。
And he takes the lead.
Yeah, he does.
6-3.
Yeah. He does opt to call, and he's seemingly going to be punished for it here.
set 10。
Number 3 check. Number 2, check. Number 3, bet. 0041, 980. 980. Okay.
Peaceful on the flop, but on the turn here, Yang's going to pick up the king high flush draw. Still with 2 overcards to the board, and he's decided that he's going to put the pressure back on his opponent now. A bet of 980,000. This will set up nicely for a river jam if Yang decides that's how he wants to play it. Bottom pair here. Importantly, he does have a 5 of diamonds. Not a very impressive diamond, but blind versus blind. Sometimes any flush would flush. We're going to see one more card. And that one last card is clean. 10 of spades, pairs the board. The 5-3 is still ahead. SPR of about 0.8 or so.
Number 2, check.
The question is, can Yang follow through on his story from the turn? He decides against it, and he is going to lose this one to a pair of 3s. He won't like seeing what he's lost to at Showdown. It's probably one of the hands you could push out of this pot if you really committed to it. And he's going to leave Yang on 14 bigs moving forward.
这个小哥下次发牌什么时候？我好像所有的吃死回声都是他发的。
男的还是女的？
他。
男的。
啊。我好像所有的吃死回声都是他发的。
See you, thank you.
Before you start shuffling, do you know what the time is right now?
啊？怎么了？
觉得很不好意思。7 o'clock. Okay.
有什么关系啊？
Yeah, no watch, no cell phone. I don't even know what time it is. No wonder I'm getting hungry. It's 7 o'clock.
11.
Which means we'll be here another 20 to 30 minutes.
我去看我就说有 welcome.
2 minutes per hand.
March onwards. 10 hands remaining of this level. And then we're going to raise it up to 125, 250, I think, or head on a break. I'm not entirely sure what the order will be. We'll definitely find out in due course.
Yeah, it does look like we're going to be sending these guys on a break after this level.
And that will be a 60-minute dinner break. Everybody will have an opportunity to get a proper stretch of the legs and something to eat.
Yeah, Ku was just saying, no wonder he's starting to get hungry. It is most certainly dinner time. The side.
还可以，还可以。有点香哦。万一22呢？我翻了一个2，那我只能说万一22呢。
It's going to get through.
他看了，他当然看了。
He's or she has really not had any opportunities to get involved pretty much the entirety of this final table, Jordan, but he is just sitting snug, collecting pay jumms. I mean, so far, he's looking at the equivalent of about a $30,000 day by the time he receives his cash payout. That was difficult to get out for some reason. And his opening event ticket.
半一半。
Wow, we got a cooler on our hands. Lu Hui, ace, queen, under the gun, up to 400k, but Zhang over in the cutoff. Lies in wait with 2 queens. 3-bet incoming. Oh my lord, I was talking about a cooler.
What on earth is this? Ace, queen, queens, and kings all in from the kings after the 3-bet, and you gotta feel sick, right?
I thought it was Zhang that was about to scoop in chips from the rest of the table, but it is Yang. And wait, okay, no, graphic error. Ku did not
correct.
jam ace-9. I assume that ace-queen has found a way out of this, given the action in front of him.
3, here 3, 3, here.
It looks like Hui has dodged the bullet here. Over to Zhang. He's asked for a count. The chips are going in. It's only 2.1 million more to call. There's already 5 million out there.
322.
Yes, this jam looks strong. No, you can't do anything about it.
Look at the action's actually still on Hui, so Zhang isn't doing anything other than putting the chips in kings and queens. Let's see all 5.
You fold the jack.
Nice fold, nice fold.
Ace king.
I have ace queen.
Oh,
Ace queen, that's good news.
Oh, of course fold. Not when there's a player behind you. Yeah.
I have ace queen.
Yang in great shape for a double with one of the queens already hitting the mark.
All spades though.
That is always a sweat.
Fernando calling the action. The turn is a 3.
7.
Wow, how sick is that? What a brutal final table run Yang has had. And it's going to come to a close like this in 6th place with kings cracked. Zhang, the beneficiary of a queen high flush. 17 million
disgusting
chips.
There. 87 big blinds is plenty. We do have a 6.3 big blind stack, and we carry on for now. 4-handed. I will let you guys know that usually when it gets to 4-handed and things start to pick up in speed a little bit, the hand rate increases quite considerably. So there's 8 hands remaining until we get to a break, and I don't think it's going to be very long until we reach that point. What were you saying, sorry, Corey, before I cut you off?
I think I said we're going to lose him in 6th place, and that just shows how quickly this is starting to move all of a sudden. We're actually already down to 4.
And one side of the table is really being weighed down here.
I mean, that's how I won with pocket jack. Yeah, so the final table bubble, the other guy had pocket aces, I had pocket jacks.
just remembered those.
Well, let them battle.
How much?
Another all in.
Wow, sick. Back-to-back all-ins. She's been super quiet so far. Laddered all the way up to 4th, but he has found his moment and he is going to be getting it in good. Best part of 70 million won already locked up, but if he's going to continue his journey towards the 200 million up top, he's going to have to fade 5s and hearts to stay alive here. Zhang found a suck out just moments ago for a monster pot. Can he do it again here to set our podium? I'm going to go ahead and say that Zhang can't find the suck out.
Full Michael Dublé going the way of Hezong Shi. A little bit more comfortable there with about 3 million.
Yeah, 15 bigs has got to be about the deepest that he has been on this final table. Just complete lack of opportunities for him to get involved. And he's going to pick up another one right away here. And fresh off that double up, King 10 suited here in the cutoff.
15 bigs again, and looks like he's double clutching a lot of the chips into the middle. Looks like 2.5 milli's gone in.
He's just going to go hunting for a back-to-back double by the looks of things.
Oh, wow. And Kuchong Mo wakes up with ace-jack and uses a time bank. I think he definitely should find a call.
Yeah, certainly at 4-handed, ace-jack is pretty damn close to a premium hand. We're facing effectively a 15 big blind jam here. Ace-jack's going to be doing well enough. Thing that's worth noting here is often the real premium hands are not going to be open jamming. It's things like aces, kings, queens, maybe ace-king, maybe pocket jacks. We see them a little more frequently min-raising here as opposed to jamming, which means that the ace-jack's going to be dominating more hands than it is dominated by. So I think this fold is actually a bit of a mistake here. Hezong Shi is going to be the beneficiary of that mistake, taking down 500,000 chips and keeping himself alive. Ace, Queen for our chip leader in the small blind. 7.5 bigs effective with his last remaining opponent in the hand. Not unreasonable to just jam this. You can have a very aggressive open jamming strategy in this configuration against this short stack, leveraging the ICM pressure. And in saying that, Ace-Queen is a hand where you don't mind giving your opponent some room to get amongst it and potentially catch a no-good piece. 6-3 offsuit is not going to be catching any piece of anything out of the way.
Huh? 16 bigs now for Hisong Shi. Yu Hui with 30 bigs, 57 and 83 respectively. Still plenty of poker to be played here, guys.
What do you mean?
Definitely not over with anytime soon.
11 million something. Yeah, 11. Oh, yeah. How about you're around like 14, 15 million right now? 15? Yeah, okay.
Just received word of the final 8 players in the KPC High Roller. We have Puanshu, Triton Regular, John Juwanda, Shruku Abhijith, who's also been featured in a lot of the streams on this table. Peng Zhu, Benjamin Wu, Kyung Si Kin, Wei Guao Liang. Calvin Lee is our short stack, and he actually came second in the 30k Super High Roller, so he's definitely had a very, very good series, but he's only got 200k, so plenty of work to do for him.
That's a pretty spectacular series. John, do you know off the top of your head what second in the 30k was worth?
410k.
That's a lot of K.
11.5, yeah, around there.
Oh, maybe 470. An amount of money.
A substantial one at that.
A substantial amount of money, yes.
Zhang going to continue his pursuit of a substantial amount of money here in the KPC main event with an open to 400,000.
Yu Hui going to fund the defend with a 10-3 of diamonds to a flop. We go heads up. Jeez, that's just a mountain of chips, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Ace-4 will maintain the lead. Lu Hui with some backdoor draws. Seems like a reasonable spot to c-bet with the ace of clubs in your hand. Probably going to c-bet a pretty high frequency on this flop. Maybe not 100% of hands, but with the ace of clubs, I think that's all the reason you need.
Looks like he goes relatively large as well, like 675 or 700. Wow. It's a big bet with his exact hand.
That is a sizable bet. We'll sometimes see players make bets like this with the kind of hands that are really just one and dones. They bet enough that if they're up against nothing, they know they can take it down. And if they're up against something, they know they can shut down and just not fire any more barrels at it. So it could be something along those lines. If it is, it might be something that's important for the rest of the players to take note of, in case it's something that becomes a bit of a pattern.
Yeah, definitely. Over to the battle of the blinds now. Hui not even going to play. Looks like he's open folding 8-3 offsuit.
Reasonable.
No, wasn't 8-3. It was 6-3 offsuit.
That changes everything.
Oh, massively. I'm glad you agree. It's again getting a look at the chips. 15-26. Our two short stacks. A little bit. So you heard that one there. 3 hands and then we're off on a break.
60-minute break for me. I want the break. Yeah.
Koo says, yeah, I'm hungry. Get me some food. See you guys in an hour.
Oh yeah, I gotta eat. I'm hungry.
Yep, you heard it there first. Ace 2 suited, raised to 400k. Jack 10 suited on the button. I reckon this is going to be a hand you're going to want to flat with.
Yeah, beautiful hand to call and play in position. Prefer if our stack was a little deeper to really make the most of this hand, but it's strong enough, playable enough, and we have position, so even off this 26 big blinds, it's going to be good enough to make this call.
It's 10-4. Looks like this hand is dominated by way of clubs. I expect it to be over and out.
That was good, Jordan. That was very good.
What?
Nothing.
Is that your first time realizing that's what I've said whenever I talk about 10-4?
Well, no, just the way you did it this particular time was better than the other times.
Right. Well, thank you, I guess.
You're welcome. Lu Hui flopped pretty close to dead here. He does have the gut shot, but on this particular board, that is not a gut shot that you want to be committing a whole lot of chips towards chasing.
No, definitely
3
not.
of a kind
No backdoor
aces
flush draw
for
of his
Koo.
own either. And down it goes very quickly.
Koo will add 900,000 chips to his stack and move one hand closer to that much-needed dinner break.
Oh, I'm big blind. Okay. Yeah.
还要交一个吗？裂开了要。
Sixes, 4.8 milli, good for 24 blinds. I thought he was double clutching the chips into the middle, but looks like he was just reorganizing them to make them look neater and more lovely.
For when he double fists them into the middle.
Oh, most certainly. If you're going to double fist
Aside,
anything,
this is
it's going to
certainly
be
an
a chip
opening
stack.
hand.
Wow, what were you thinking of, you dirty bastard?
No, I don't know
Pocket
what you're talking
sixes
about.
raised to 400k.
Round 2, the big blind.
Never saw a 3 deuce he wanted to fold, and this is no different. Gets himself in trouble, though.
Lu Hui somehow managed to have his opponent flop one of the pairs that he's actually ahead of. C-bet coming
250
out.
is the bet from the sixes.
Very small, and it's going to get him value. Pair of threes
How about
has to come
a,
along for this price.
How about a deuce of diamonds? No, we have an upside down 6.
Both players improving to 2-pair. This board that's pretty difficult to connect with just got even more difficult to connect with. Both of them are in there with hands that aren't misses, but still very weak. 7 of clubs. Mostly a blank. Given the flop bet call, you wouldn't really expect this 7 of clubs to ever make much difference. Check, check, and a pair of 6s with the 9s and ace on board is going to be the winner on this hand. And looks like we are just one hand away from sending these guys. King, Queen for Zhang. He'll get one more good hand in there before the dinner break.
Ooh, open from King, Queen, jam from King, Queen.
Interesting. He, Zhongqi, is looking at a potential free roll situation. He can either get this one through, or he can call and extremely likely chop it up. This is for 12.5 big blinds. King, Queen offsuit. Spots like this are where your perception of your opponent become very important. I think if we're just looking at the numbers, we just have to begrudgingly make this call, knowing that it's going to be a flip a reasonably high percentage of the time. If we're up against opponents that are very much on the tighter side, though, all of a sudden, King Queen starts becoming a hand that's very frequently dominated and very infrequently ahead. Against opponents that are very much on the looser side, we end up crushing them a very high amount of the time. Zhongxi's been really snug this whole final table, and that image has paid off for him here as he snatches away the chop. Guys, we've got a 1-hour dinner break coming up. Go eat something nice. Have a nice break. I know that Ku Zhongmo is certainly going to be enjoying his dinner break. And me and Jordan will be back to bring you guys all the action as we play this down to a winner in an hour's time.
Auf Wiedersehen. See you soon.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
the start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Alright, tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
of main event, day 1 day of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
start of main event, day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to
Welcome back, everybody, as we continue our coverage here of the KPC main event final table. 4 guys left, battling it out for 200 million Korean won up top. My name is Jordan Bromley, joined by my ever so beautiful co-host, Corey Van Jarsveld. Corey, how are you?
Good, Jordan. Glad to be back. Now, tell me real quick, is it just me, or is that audio really shaky coming from the table?
Yes, it is a bit choppy. Hopefully that does adjust.
Well, I'm just glad it's not just me. I'm sure that we'll get that fixed up very shortly. But for the moment, let's talk about what we're working with here. 4 left, 200 million up top, 1,252 starting players. So we are deep. These guys have beat a lot of players just to get to exactly where we are now. And they've just got 3 more opponents standing between them and taking out the KPC main event championship. Currently, we have got about 70 million won locked up, as well as everyone having secured the $5,000 opening event package. But still plenty more to play for as we play down to a champion.
Seven deuce. Straight into El Mark.
Zhang's hand far from 7 deuce. I did, yeah. Yep, had a nice dinner. How about you?
Yeah, I had a nice dinner. I had a lovely burger from a place here called Mum's Touch. Yes, that is the name of the burger house. Yep.
I can't tell if you're joking.
I'm not joking. That is the name of the restaurant. I'll send you a photo.
Yeah,
it is literally called Mum's Touch. It's apparently a delicacy here. No, I'm joking.
What, burgers?
Yes. No, it's delicious chicken. Aces for Liu Hui. This one will not be folded.
With the blinds ticking up this level to 125, 250. This 5 million chips, while it sounds substantial, is only representing 20 big blinds. We would be thrilled to find a way to get all 20 of those into the middle of this hand. One potential customer, and this is well and truly a qualified customer. The chips could just go in immediately. All Lou might have to do to get his stack in is say the word call. Currently working with no table audio, and lip reading is going to be quite the challenge with this particular customer. We do have a 3-bet to 1.3 million.
Looks like he's just going to flat. And I actually
yeah,
don't
we're going to start with the slow play.
Depth.
Yeah, no,
I actually like
with
this
aces
quite a lot.
specifically. Yeah, this is the hand to do it with. You are shallow enough that you can get it in on virtually any board texture. 6-4-2 with 2 clubs certainly qualifies as any board texture. but giving you the opponent who is out of position the opportunity to put in that C-bet, which is going to be for almost most of the stack. Probably about 1 million chips or so coming out, I imagine, which will be half of those 20 bigs that have already made their way into the middle. 1 million on the dot. No reason to do anything other than just call here. You have set the trap. You may as well continue to lure your opponent in. 5 million
And
in the middle now.
Lua,
SPR just over 0.5. 8 of diamonds doesn't change much. Lou would have loved to see a club on the turn.
Oh, check.
4 of hearts. Now, Ku actually probably feels he has a tiny bit of showdown value and maybe doesn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. If Lou pulls the trigger here, it's not impossible for him to get paid off. Oh, but he just snap fold. Never mind. I was going to say that the flush draw has bricked.
It was like a turbo snap fold. That wasn't even a single consideration. As we're sorry, guys, the audio is still choppy. We're not sure exactly what's going on.
Yeah, apparently it was caught and will be fixed, but we're just going to have to muscle through for the moment while they get that rectified. A 6 for just over 11 big blinds. This is a great jam. We saw Hizongchi take down that pot just before our dinner break, rejamming the King-Queen and forcing King-Queen to fold. You'd be pretty happy if you can have a similar result here and get this jam through. And he will. Picks up those blinds and antes. 625,000 chips in the middle before the cards are dealt at this point in the tournament. So every pot, very valuable.
Earlier, how I said that I had a song stuck in my head?
Yeah, I remember.
It has evolved to the Hokey Pokey. Because that's what it's all about.
Jordan, are you... that is what it's all about. How did you get to the Hokey Pokey?
I don't know. No, I could not tell you. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you. King 7 of diamonds raising from the cutoff here. Queen 9 offsuit in the big. This should be a defend. It's a very, very attractive looking chip stack.
Yeah, no real reason not to flick in the call this Queen 9 offsuit.
The Hokey Pokey.
Wow.
Do the Hokey Pokey.
One player has thrown their good hand in,
That's
and
what
one
it's
player has
all
taken
about.
the chips out. And you're right, Jordan. That is what it's about.
Yes.
That was a really, really tight fold.
Especially from the chip leader, I would expect him to be widening things up a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe he just needs to grab onto his thought process at the moment and kind of shake it all about, you know? Turn himself around. Do the A7 for Zhang Yuhao. Liu Hui finds the open with the King 4 offsuit.
Three bet incoming.
Definitely seems like he's tempted. No. Locates the fold button. Likewise, the King
And the King
6 and the worst
hitting them
hand
up
is
too.
going to end as victorious.
Weird game, this.
Of all the games I've ever played, Corey, certainly is one of them.
I'd believe that.
I mean, look, Corey, I don't know much.
I'm glad we've cleared that up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, there's not many things I'm good at.
Liu Hui with the Queen Jack suited.
Ooh. I'm just next to the cash room, and all of a sudden, things have gotten rather rambunctious. I'm sorry about the background noise. If you can hear any gentlemen making vocal apparitions in the background, it's not me, I promise. I think they might be doing the hokey pokey.
No, Jordan, I don't think they are. Is there a like a dance hall somewhere in the landing casino?
Yeah, right here, mate. This is it. That trophy is what these guys are dancing for. No doubt when the winner of this tournament lifts that one, they are definitely going to be shaking it all about. King 6 suited is going to acquire itself a walk.
Easy game.
Very successful stroll there. That trophy's still looking pretty good. I've just noticed the size of that flannelette jacket that guy's got hanging over the back of his chair. What on earth is that? You could use that thing as a parachute.
I haven't seen it yet. Let me keep an eye out.
Oh, mate, you can't miss it. It is readily available to him in case he ever gets cold. It's also red.
I picked that up.
Yeah. Somebody should pick up Psyduck and stand him up. Bloody hell.
I guess we'll need to see it from another angle.
We most certainly shall.
And we most certainly shall be going to a flop here as well. A7 offsuit, great hand to defend. We saw a really snug fold from Zhang not long ago with the Queen 9, but he's not going to be letting this one go.
No, I shan't think so. 973. Excuse me. As this pair of sevens does improve It was the best hand either way, but going to be feeling a little bit better about it now. Check, check. Turn 6 for a sweat. How about a jack? Almost as sweaty. That's increased to 10.
His heart will be some cause for concern.
This place has gotten so noisy all of a sudden. I'm deeply apologetic, ladies and gentlemen, in case there is a bit of background noise on my end. Can't exactly tell the entire poker room to be quiet. So it looks like the ace-7 finds the bet and the king-8 just folds. Wondering if this tournament is going to finish at a reasonable hour, Corey. I definitely have some hokies that need poking, if I do say so myself. These guys have been playing for quite a while. What are you laughing about?
Oh, nothing, Jordan. No, nothing. It's just it's certainly getting to hokey pokey kind of hours.
It really
Ace
is getting to the
Louis.
Hocus and also pocus hours, you know? You with me?
I'm with you. And Zhang is about to be with this hand. 3-bet inbound. He's picked up the sexy boys in the small blind.
Those of you who don't know what the sexy boys refers to, it is the pocket jacks. We had a friend who may or may not be a bit of a sexy boy, and the hand was named after him. Back over to Liu Hui as one jack gets relinquished. Looks like no hoking or poking is going to be being done here. He's just going to let go. Because that is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen.
I certainly hope they finish at a reasonable hour.
There is so much shouting happening in the poker room right now, guys. I'm so sorry if this noise is feeding through the microphone. People are screaming and shouting and let it all outing, and I don't really know what to make of it.
Ace-10
Ace
suited.
10 of the love variety. Is he? Oh, I thought he was about to fold that. I was about to be rather worried. Looks like he is not doing anything of the sort. Well, if you're questioning everything, Corey, you know what you have to do, don't you?
What's that, Jordan?
You have to turn yourself around, my friend. You just have to turn yourself around and keep on hoking. Ace-3 on the button. Getting folded also.
Will be a raise and take it for the Ace-10 suited.
The easiest game he's ever played in his life. And that's what it's all about. That's it, Corey. Do the hokey pokey. Queen Jack of clubs on the button.
This one's surely going in here.
Yeah. Looks like he's actually just going to put the majority in. King 9, not so good. 3 deuce. Feels like a mandatory call if you're playing, you know, Raz.
Yeah, Raz Hold'em.
Hit him with the old razzle, rizzle, razzle, dazzle, you know. It's getting late, Corey.
I can tell. I can't think of anywhere I would rather be, however, than here in the booth. Bringing you guys all the action here at the Jeju Poker Festival. Final 4. 200 million won up top. Hopefully the table audio comes back soon.
Or we will start playing the hokey pokey.
Oh yeah.
Through the speakers.
Whatever whatever the alternative is, I promise you guys it's worse than the table audio.
Come on, Corey. That's no mindset to have. Turn yourself around, my friend. Do the hokey pokey.
Is this really what it's all about, Jordan?
Foot in and 1 foot out at a time. Yeah.
Ace King suited. Real hand here.
Yeah, real hand, real problems. Definitely hopes that he's going to win a big pot here. Chip leader gets out of the way. The shorty in the big blind. With a very nice hand to double down with, but not to do legitimately anything else. He's certainly not going to be doing the hokey pokey with the 9 deuce.
I wouldn't think so.
No.
I wouldn't even want to put my left hand in with the 9 deuce. I would just want it to be over.
Oh my, of course. No, definitely not, my friend. Definitely not. That's the type of thing where you put your left hand in and you shake it all about and you never get to take it back out. It's paradoxical to the hokey pokey itself.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
It's abhorrent. To even speak such a thing into existence. And don't get me started on that Macarena stuff. Bloody hell.
Oh no. Please don't.
This is a
actually, you know what?
Household, Corey.
Wow, Zhang made a couple of surprisingly tight decisions earlier, and he has decided to flip the script. 500k with the 6 deuce offsuit. And Xi's timing is immaculate here, as he sticks a couple of million in over the top of it. So I'm going to be immediately punished here.
Does just let it go. That trophy. Still lingering, looming, eyeing these guys off. Take me home.
I think he's wearing his backpack in his seat. I didn't know that the
somewhere to be. The backpack equity, you didn't think that it applied to being seated as well.
Exactly, yeah. He's found the ultimate hack.
So what you're saying is that he's got his left foot in and his right foot out of this tournament.
He has taken our superstition and
really
he has shaken it all about. Pocket threes for Koo
Mo going to try and turn himself around. Finds the raise to 750,000. Liu Hui, King 7 offsuit, 8.1, is second in chips currently. Remind you guys that the blinds will be increasing every 25 hands, so we're 12 hands away. Wow, he jams the King 7. Oh, not jams, but finds the 3-bet. I love this.
2 million. We have seen some street poker on this final table.
That is what I like to call some aggressive poker. That is some hokey poker if I've ever seen some. Play the hokey poker.
This is going to be a long
It's really funny. It's really funny, Corey, because I'm sitting here kind of saying these things, and every now and then you just go quiet, but I can hear you struggling to breathe, and I'm like, oh, it's working.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to hold on here.
And that's what it's all about.
It certainly is.
$7-5 for Hishong Shi. 7-5 disappears into the abyss that is the muck pile. Liu Hui, roughly 36 blinds. Finds the limp with the ace-9 offsuit. 7-8-0 for Zhang Yuhao, our chip leader. Chilling there with around 17 milli vanillis. Very, very comfortable amount of chips.
And you'll see Lou having to rein it in a little bit with the chip leader on his left still in the hand. So that very aggressive 3-bet a moment ago against the stack that he covers, leveraging that ICM pressure, but he's going to have to be a little bit more respectful of it in this case. That top pair might be enough to put a bit of a pet in his step. Do see a stab coming out.
And he does put away the 7-8 as we march onwards. Chips are getting more and more pricey as we're going to see that button move over to seat number 7. We haven't had a bust out for quite some time. These guys have been four-handed for a very long while. Still can't believe that guy has got his backpack on. That's hectic.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't understand.
I've heard of backpack equity, but I haven't heard of never take off your backpack equity. I have heard of Psyduck stand up. He's on his back, man. Come on. He's been laying there for ages. He's not asleep. Stand him up. Put him on the time banks. So disrespectful to such an incredible psychic type. Is that what he is?
Yeah, I think he's water psychic. Does not take a psychic to know what's going to happen in this hand, though, Jordan. Also does not take a water, for what it's worth.
What are you talking about, mate? It also doesn't take a water, you reckon? Of all of the liquid references you make, that's the first one that flooded in.
I think maybe all of this nonsense has
Did
got me all turned around.
Use confusion, mate? Did Psyduck use like something and you was confused? He hurt himself in his confusion. That's what I feel like you're doing right now. Hope you guys are enjoying the absolute nonsense that is our commentary.
Anyway, on to the next hand. 10 hands remaining until we do increase the blinds once again.
Everything from top level poker breakdowns to Pokemon references to hokey pokies to everything in, out, and in between. We got you here at the Red Dragon Poker Tour live stream crew. Things are starting to get a bit rowdy here once more. And it looks like Zhang is getting rowdy. Locates the Queen Jack offsuit and takes it north to 1.2 million.
Easy game.
Yeah, looks like he is going to be continuing onwards with his aggression now.
Pocket 10s showing themselves once again. This time he's on Xi's turn. About 15 bigs to start the hand. He's just going to keep things simple and go ahead with the effective open jams.
Looks like it's going to get around to Yu Hui. Queen 8, not enticing enough. Does relinquish.
I'd say there's a good chance that he's going to defend against a min raise. Which with 10s, generally speaking, you're happy enough about. Of course, the human side of us is pretty happy to just win the blinds and antes immediately and not have to worry about the overcards. Ace-4 just going to hit them up.
Dolly. Yeah, a little bit surprising there, if I do say so myself. King Jack and a limp. Thank you, Hal.
Yeah, we're just going to continue with the limping strategy for the moment, it seems. Makes sense against the chip leader. You don't really want to be bloating these pots if you don't have to. Pretty clean flop thus far for the King Jack.
Bit of 300k and a
Stab and a
call from
call.
the King Jack. Turn card. Ooh, King of Clubs. Check mark.
Flu was not comfortable with his King Jack on the flop. He's certainly going to be feeling a bit better about it now. He's also holding one heart and one club. One blocker to each of those backdoor flush draws in case they become relevant. So this King Jack's going to make a really, really nice calling down type of hand. Zhang going to give it up on the turn. He's going to find the one out that can get him into trouble on the river here, the Queen of Spades. Good value bet here from Lou, and I'm confident this is getting paid off. This is a blind versus blind battle. You cannot automatically give your opponent credit for a turned top pair. Just can't be done. Call, very reasonable, and Lou is going to be picking that pot up, and he will be joining the 8-figure club. 10 million chips now.
Definitely some chips going back and forth between these guys. Action continuing to build.
Coup with the King 10, starting this hand just a little bit below 20 bigs. Past the two chip leaders over to the other short stack, and looks like this one's getting through.
Stand him up. Seriously, just pick him up and stand him up. I'm not, like, happy, you know?
I don't reckon the Psyduck's happy either.
No. Psyduck's got a really good view of the ceiling when he wants to watch the action. Just like you guys can if you haven't yet checked out... My God, there's so much shouting happening in this room, guys. I'm so sorry. If you have not yet checked out the Play Red Dragon Instagram account, there's plenty of stuff worth checking out going on there. Definitely worthwhile having a look. Can you hear all the shouting here, Corey, or no?
I can just sometimes hear a little faint buzz in the background, but for the most part, it's actually not too bad.
Okay.
king for Falou here. All in announced. Great shove blind versus blind. If we're just looking at it purely in terms of chips, this king 4 is close. With ICM in the picture, this king 4 is a clear fold.
Oh, aces for Shang Yu Hao.
I think he's going to not fold.
Leader. Yeah, I don't think he's falling either. It's a pretty good read, Corey. I can't disagree with you there. One of the few times we're going to agree on something, but I can also agree with a thought that I have that the King Jack. Oh.
Wow.
Folds from the small blind. I thought he was in the big. I was like, huh?
I mean, he still should jam. It's what, 18 effective or something? 18 big blind, small blind against a very aggressive chip lead open that's going to have to fold a bunch. Maybe he had a read.
Maybe he did, Corey. Maybe he did. It's one thing that I've never been very good at, to be honest.
Getting a read?
Just reading in general. Words are just too difficult.
I see. I certainly feel you.
It's like my uncle used to say. It's like, Jordan, you know, you might not be very smart. King 6 of hearts for Kushong Mo. Finds the raise to 500k from the button.
Should be an easy one.
At this rate, I'm going to
Jordan,
walk
why
onto
would
the
you-
stream and stand him up.
Yeah, why would you bring the side arc if you're just going to lay him there?
I think he's a sadist. Like, you can't use any of his abilities on your opponents if he's laying down. You have to stand him up. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's right. How's he supposed to use headbutt from there?
Zhang's going to headbutt some chips into the middle, locates a 3-bet. Goes a bit larger than what he did before. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is out of position. I think he's going to around 1.7 million. 1.8. Look at me go.
Wow. Look at all of the clubs.
Yes. Keep him away from Greenpeace, as there are so many clubs on the table. It's a seal joke.
Yeah, I got it. She's been pretty selective about the spots that he's taken. He's not been given a lot of opportunities, but he hasn't really gotten out of line or forced the issue. A jam here would be with no fold equity. So certainly not surprised to see the King Queen of Clubs hit the mark.
Down goes the 9-8, and the chip leader keeps on getting more and more chipped up. There is a 2K Hyper Turbo happening right now, or should I say a 2 million Korean won Hyper Turbo.
How hyper turbo is it?
10-minute levels, I believe.
That's pretty hyper turbo.
King 8 checks it over.
Should be an easy C-bet and take it. Jordan, do you have a favorite mode of transport?
Yes. Yes, I do.
What is it?
Saying you how with pocket 7s. I don't think I'm going to tell you.
Fair enough.
It's for me to know. It's a very private matter, please. Pocket 7s, 19 million. A comfortable amount of chips as we are at 150, 300. Now the blinds have increased, and 11 big blinds and ace 2 suited. What do you say, Captain Backpack? No, he says no.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you were expecting, was it?
No.
Like I said, we've seen him be pretty snug leading up to this point, so it doesn't shock me to see that one hit the mark. Chip leader up to 20 million now. A great spot, good lead over the rest of the table.
My favorite mode of transport is actually a bit of an interesting one. I actually really like trains. The trains in Brisbane, where I'm from, is they're actually fantastic. I really do rate them quite highly, and if I could take a train more often, I definitely would.
Great, thanks for sharing that, Jordan.
And what about yourself, my friend?
I'm a fan of a ferry.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't mind a ferry.
Well, it's very interesting, isn't it?
Oh,
I wonder how many other people are in the same boat.
Oh, very good.
So some of the jokes I can say sometimes, Corey, they can get very nautical, as we see the 5 ports suited.
I'm just glad that despite having no table audio, we've got you here to keep us afloat, Jordan. Suited connector hits the mark. Now that is watertight. 5-4 suited in the small blind.
Certainly is. Not going to allow any of his chips to go overboard. Not going to be abandoning them anytime soon, as we are still 4-handed here. No doubt there is going to be a moment where things are going to get out of hand, and it will most certainly be anchors away. I mean, these guys have been kind of just not really too aggressive pre-flop. There's been a lot of kind of raise and take it. The only person that's really been getting out of line is our chip leader, as he should. Compass seems to be pointing north for his stack. I mean, he just keeps getting more and more. He's near 20 million now.
Very comfortable.
No doubt in control of a very steady vessel, propelling himself forward to potentially find the trophy here in this KPC main event. Wow, he does jam the Queen 5, and this is lovely. King Deuce.
Yep. Power poker.
Yep. Power poker. He is the captain, and he is in charge. And with that, he takes himself to 21 million.
Ace-8 of clubs for Lou here. So a pretty snug fold a moment ago with that suited connector, but I imagine this is strong enough that he will certainly be getting involved. Six 4 for the chip leader.
Somebody has started singing in the room next to me. And it's not the hokey pokey. If it was the hokey pokey, I would be fine with it.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Queen, Jack in the big blind. Very defendable. Off to a flop we go. 1.65 million in the middle, 3.3 behind.
King 195 on the flop. Gut shot for the Queen, Jack, backdoor flush draw. Ace high still in the lead, but only a 60% favorite. I expect that this one is going to be going to a turn. Can't see anybody abandoning ship just yet. Oh, you thought the jokes were done about the ferry? No, my friend, we are just getting started. We are going to be proceeding to a turn here at a rate of knots. The 9 of hearts, a very interesting one. 16 ounce now. Picking up that flush draw is the Queen Jack.
Yeah, Jordan, I am sure that that 9 of hearts is going to give Ku a little more reason to stick around. Combo drawn for him now. Lou still looking to pick something up with the ace-8 of clubs, but it's looking like he's just going to be dry going to the river.
Yeah, as far as ships go, that gut shot is just the tip of the iceberg, as we see that it looks like we're actually going to see the ace-8 of clubs find a second shell here. And I don't like this at all. The big blind is going to have so many hands that are going to want to play check jam on this turn. So many offsuit 9x hands, Jack 10, Jack 9, 10, 9, 9, 8, that are all going to be defending, and he lets go of the Queen Jack with the Queen of Hearts against the second shell. And well, I mean, if you can bet twice with ace high and get your opponent to fold that much equity, then more power to ya.
That is not how I was expecting that hand to go.
No, slipping down to 10 big blinds. He and she well and truly in Davy Jones' lock-in now. Sub 10 blinds. Okay, that one was a stretch, but, you know, everything else is doing okay. As we near 10 p.m. local time.
King 9 off for our chip leader. Reckon he can certainly toss a line in with this hand.
Hey-oh.
There might be a side up on the table, but we will not be playing dittos on this hand. The King 9 will hit the muck. We are going to be heads up here. Pocket 8s for Lou. Now, Lou's in a bit of a dicey ICM situation here. He is significantly out-chipped by the chip leader, but the other two stacks are sitting at 10 big blinds or less. So he kind of needs to be a little bit careful about allowing pots to get bloated or allowing his stack to be really threatened, or at least his tournament life to be really threatened. He should be able to find his way up to at least a second place payout a reasonably high percentage of the time with the chips distributed like this among the table. Second place is worth 130 million Korean won, getting pretty close to 100,000 US dollars. He is going to stick around, call the C bet on this ace high flop, and we're off to a turn.
But not, speaking of dittos and side ups, this ace of hearts is not a card where he can run a muck here, Sang. He's going to have to slow right down. As so many of the cards are going to be favoring Lui's defending range.
Jordan, I've heard you make
like
some
that,
stretches
broken Corey
in the past.
As it looks like he is going to follow through with another shell, and he puts this right into the pocket 8's Meowth. See how he's going to want to continue. Looks like he's counting a call and quickly making it. Let's see if anything new can happen on this river. The 5 of diamonds is not it, though. The king 9 in no man's land. 4.75 million out there. A check comes out. And is Zhang going to fire the third shell?
Shell der. You missed one, Jordan. There's a
Ah,
prime
yes,
opportunity.
yes. The third shell der. Can he fire the third shell der? Or has he Doug Trio himself into a bit of a pickle here? Let's see if there's any way he can diglet himself out of it. No, he does just give it up. Squirtle.
Yeah, good one.
I hope you guys are enjoying the absurdity that is this stream.
Whoa, Jordan,
God.
we're back. Oh, great. Something else to listen to. I tell you what, Jordan, a few more Pokemon puns and I was going to be doing a Team Rocket and blasting off again.
No.
Ace 2 offsuit for Lou here. Imagine we'll probably see him continuing the limping strategy against the chip leader.
He takes it north.
Good read, Corey. Still a pretty significant margin between these two. However,
this is a sick hand. I really hope he does what I think he is going to do here.
Oh, you got that?
Really,
you got that
really
feeling?
good hand. Yeah, this is a really good hand to use. Oh, not to call though. Oh, I would have loved to have seen him take this north to like 2.4 would have been so sick. Instead, we're going to see a flop, the Queen 8-4 flop.
Nothing for anyone here.
I'm sorry, Corey. I'll be back in just a few minutes. There's just something I need to sort out here. I'll be back momentarily.
Okay, have fun. We'll miss you. 2 on the turn. We'll see Lou pick up a pair to go along with his ace high. He will maintain the lead. Going to check through for a second time. 6 of clubs doesn't change anything. Zhang may feel he has a little sliver of showdown with his king high, maybe enough that he doesn't need to bluff at it. He'll certainly have worse hands that he can use as bluffs. Checks it back, seems reasonable. Lou going to take down a small pot with his ace high. Huge disparity between the top and bottom of our leaderboard there. 2 big stacks and 2 shorties. Current secured payout is just shy of 70 million won. Almost 100 million won for third place, 130 for second, and 200 million for first. Some pretty substantial pay jumps creeping in at the moment. Do see the jam. Ace 7 9 bigs will be good enough. This one's going to make it to the big blind, and we could have a call here. It's King Jack suited for 9 bigs. Less, actually, Hezongshi is the effective stack, and this is going to be a fair fight. King Jack of clubs plays Ace-7 offsuit. Gonna have a clean flop so far. Ace-7 is still ahead. 9 of hearts changes nothing. The king on the river, however, changes everything. Hezongshi finds the miracle river, and he is back in this game.
You can start shuffling.
We are not yet down to 3. However, Koo Jung Mo is about to be forced all in the big blind.
Wow, it seems like I've missed quite a lot of carnage, Corey. Talk me through it.
Good timing, Jordan. Simple 9 big blind shove under the gun with the Ace-7. King Jack of clubs in the big blind as the short stack calls. And it is Hezongshi who finds the king on the river to scoop the pot. Koo Jung Mo is now going to be effectively forced in here.
很少，4排啊，200多，450，450，480，489。你家翻倍都那么多，我翻倍怎么还那么少？
你从4个人的时候最短码已经达到了3个人的时候最短码。
很棒，我已经心满意足了。我现在还有3周的时候，我就有450万了。3周那时候。
8-6. Forced in. King Queen is going to be fine in the isolation, I would think.
It does put in the min raise. Hezongshi. There's actually a reasonable amount of incentive for him to flick in the call here. It's not that much more. The main pot is going to be locked. There's not really incentive for your opponent to bluff you out of the pot. And if you are able to find a pair and hold on and bust the short stack, you secure that pay jump. Best way for Zank to go about this is actually to raise a little bit bigger if he wants to go for that isolation. Make it something like 900k, 1 million. Don't give your opponent in the small blind the opportunity to make these light calls.
Instead, we see the Queen 6-3. Koo Jung Mo is not actually out of this entirely. Does pick up middle pair, backdoor flush draw. Hezongshi, though, is out of this one almost entirely, 2%. Only running 5-4 or running 7-7 for him to make the best hand.
Value bet incoming.
Yeah. And I think Hezongshi is going to see that maybe I'm out of this one.
That will all but seal the deal. River is not a 6, and we are down to 3. Ku Zhongmo GG in 4th place. Fantastic run. He will be taking home just shy of 70 million won for his efforts, and of course that 5K package. Psyduck is going to get upgraded from lying on his back on the felt to getting thrown into a backpack somewhere.
So we go down to our final 3 players now. As they say in Spain, it is party time.
Is that how they say it in Spain, Jordan?
No habla. Oh, Ace Jack suited. For thank you, how. As we have a dead player in the blinds. Ace Jack is going to locate the raise to 300, and that man is getting doom-zoomed. Why? Oh, I see why. Pocket 8s go in. And this is going to be another...
Wow!
Oh, my God!
What's going on? We've only been 3-handed for 2 seconds, and everyone's picking up monsters.
The dealer has decided that it's time for us to go home, as he just calls. Oh, this is interesting.
Okay.
This is really interesting. What does the Ace Jack of clubs do now?
Now, I think the amount of time that Lou took here is maybe giving away a little bit of the strength of his hand. This was a quick call. We're talking about open, jam, and cold calling an all-in. That does not look like a weak hand, and it does not look like a medium strength hand. If that's the read that you get from this, the Ace-Jack suited can probably just hit the mark.
Yeah, I agree. And he does mark. Very, very nice fold.
Great fold. Cards going on their back. And Jordan, this is a fair fight. We do see with the ace of clubs hitting the muck already, the 8s do have the advantage here.
Ace.
Who needs the ace of clubs?
4. 6 of diamonds, no help. River is 8-7, as we say. GG. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are heads up in our KPC main event final table. 2 players remaining to fight for their trophy. We are going to take a very quick pause and get things ready for heads-up action. We'll be back in roughly 15 minutes to watch Yu Hui and Zhang Yuhao battle it out for the KPC main event championship.
See you guys soon.
I think it's a 1-1.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。 但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
The start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. 我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。 等你。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑。KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民，感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
The start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back and welcome to Heads Up in the KPC main event here. You can get a look at some of the fresh flavored chips we've got on screen. Those pinks that you see there are worth 500k a piece, I believe.
Big chips in play all of a sudden. And it was sudden to get right off the bat here. King 10 suited plays Ace Queen suited. Two very strong hands in this format. Up to 750. King 10 suited, a hand that you can sometimes mix in 3-bets with here. Fortunately for Zhang, he decides to just take the passive option this time up against the Ace-Queen suited. Wow, and we are going to have a confrontation. Top pair second kicker plays a royal flush draw. First hand of heads up. Stacks were even coming in. I've got a good feeling that those stacks are going to be far from even at the conclusion of this first hand. Question is just which way does it go? 43% for the King 10.
The Jack of Hearts adding a second flush draw. So things are all of a sudden shifting away from Shang Yu Hao.
Yeah, is perhaps a little bit of an action-killing turn card as well. Lou not going to shy away from going for value with his strong top pair, however. Bet of 2 million. Big bet size here as well. King 10 of diamonds, far too strong of a draw to be laying down. In fact, putting in the check raise with this hand is not unreasonable either. Can very credibly represent turn 3 of a kind. Put a lot of pressure on hands exactly like Lou has. think that was a time bank chip. Or was that 500Ks? Time bank chip.
Yeah, I think more time has been requested.
Seems fair.
I mean, it's understandable, isn't it?
I might take a moment with this hand as well.
Yep. Looks like he does call.
6.8 million already in the middle here.
The Nine of Clubs is a brick.
River. Lou not going to go for value on the river here. That repeat jack perhaps a little bit concerning for him. Not that he would be able to get value out of the king high here anyway, but he is going to be scooping an almost 7 million chip pot as the first hand of heads up.
Yeah.
So he will take the chip lead, and it will be a nice little bump to his confidence going into this battle.
队长推掉赌呀，FLOP就可以推掉赌了，这个牌单挑。
不合适，我知道你是什么牌啊。
你是抽前门还是后门？前门。
两方片，秀牌。
前门 FLOP 就可以推掉赌了，这个牌。
我看你转牌我就知道你是什么东西了呀，没必要一定要跟你赌啊。你现在多少了？
这是1000万，1800，1900左右，2000左右。
还是只有2000。
50的一个。
Covering around 21 milli.
1000万，1800万，900万，2000万，2200，2000。
Yeah, 20 million is the amount that he's just responded by saying. Looks like a call of 150K. Limp from the 10-8 suited. Looks like we're going to take it north to a milli. Don't think the 10-8's going to be going anywhere.
No, I wouldn't think so. You have to play a lot of hands in heads up, especially with this big blind ante in play. We have a problem.
Looks like the floor has been called. Is it 7s and 10-8?
Oh, we had too many cards come out for the flop.
So it looks like what is going to happen is they're going to pick 3 cards at random from the 4 that are assorted, as we see the Jack 4-3 board.
Whiff for both, but the 7s will be reasonably comfortable with just the 1 overcard in play. Interesting to not fire the C-bet here. He just decides to take a little bit of pot control over to Zhang. Couple of backdoor draws here, no overcards. He's going to take a stab at it and try and take this thing down. Put some pressure on maybe some ace high, king high type of holdings. Pocket sevens, of course, will not be getting out of the way. 700k apiece, and we're going to a turn.
Turn is the ace of clubs. Not changing anything just yet.
Certainly doesn't change anything for these hands, but it will certainly change the feeling that these guys are contending with. That ace is certainly going to spice up the board. It's a card that Lou can definitely represent. A little harder to represent it now that there's a second ace on board. He's going to try and squeeze some value out of his opponent here. This is a very thin value bet, but in heads up, bets like this can be really effective. Kind of comes down to narrowing down what do we lose to, and I think the answer here is actually not that much. Bet of 600k will take it down. Zhang relinquishes the 10 high. Blue going to increase his chip lead as we progress into this heads-up battle. He's got all the momentum currently. See if he can keep his foot on the gas.
你现在有2300、2400、
2300左右。不是你用总筹码减自己的筹码，就是我的筹码。
不是你没听懂我的意思。我就是自己点码点不清楚。
哦。
我看你点的挺利索的。
1000万。
不然谁会跟你讲这个呀
？1、2、3、4、5，2000万，2100、2000，2002不也多？
Looks like 24 million plays 14 now.
多点几次嘛。
Queen deuce in the big blinds, just going to get a walk.
Don't get a lot of those in big blind ante heads up, or at least you're not supposed to.
Definitely not.
刚刚那个牌翻天，就应该给你吃个3B。
啊，你3B我就推了，我有对子，我对子。
还这样好，妈的，两个相对来说算是可以聊一聊天的人。
气氛不用那么沉闷。
啊？哦 ，sorry。
Queen 10 suited. Very nice hand heads up for Zhang.
Looks like he is going to locate a raise. He's limped a few times, but not on this occasion.
Diamonds are dominated by Lou. And the ace high is ahead.
$45，少一个是吧？
Deuce 3
no diamonds
deuce.
Out there.
Yeah, this ace high is still very good. Better 450 and a call. To the turn card we go, which is another 3. This ace high feeling a lot better, no doubt.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's a pretty good flop for ace high. It's a pretty good turn for ace high. In my experience, people tend to be c-betting flops like this far more than they're supposed to in heads up. just kind of carrying over the same logic from playing a more ring kind of format with more players at the table. Something like a button versus big blind situation. You get to see bet these flops a lot. But in heads up, those ranges look far more similar to each other than any other format. Everyone's playing every hand, and range advantages aren't as significant.
Very interesting bet being assembled here. Is this a bluff? Like, I think you really should just call your hand or check, right? Like, are you trying to get a hand like sixes to fold? I don't understand what this is trying to be from the Hui.
This is a bizarrely sized value bet. I'm sure that Lou is not trying to fold out anything. He maybe is trying to fold out a chop, if anything. But yeah, this is maybe just trying to look really bluffy to try and get hero called by something. But yeah, I don't think this is going to be as effective as he was hoping.
As it goes, he's holding the chip lead. Heads up here. All it would take would be one hand for that to swing around, though. We can see that 13 million for Shang Yu Hao. One hand, and these guys would legitimately swap chip stacks.
And I think Zhang would love it to be this hand. He's picked up the pocket kings in the big blind.
Does put in the raise, those pink chips worth around 500k each. Takes it to 2.1 million, down it goes.
Quick fold from Lou.
14 million now for him.
Now, it's worth pointing out here, we see a very quick fold from the ace-5, which is not unreasonable. But when you think about how good ace-5 is compared to every possible hand, and we see that we can get it to snap fold just by 3-betting out of the big blind, kind of shows how effective an aggressive 3-bet bluffing strategy would be. When it comes to heads up,
definitely.
We get to do a lot of 3-betting. We get to be super aggressive with our 3-bets. It's difficult to do, and it's difficult to bring yourself to pull the trigger on, because it means you're going to have to play a lot of bloated pots out of position, which is uncomfortable. It's challenging. Heads up is a really, really difficult format to play. But when we see how many folds we can get out of our opponent, we can get them to fold an ace, and they could have opened with 90% of their hands. Effective that can be.
我和你这个单挑还要打2个小时，不撞牌的话。
体验一下嘛，我也没体验过，你也没体验过。现在结束也没东西打了。
大鱼儿和我说，小野找我团建。
什么？
大鱼儿跟我说小野找我团建。
哦。小野刚拿了个第2嘛。
啊，他 WPT 第2。 15.
Sounds like a raise to 700. No, 750.
Yeah, so if they're going to open 4-3 offsuit and they're going to fold ace-5 to a 3-bet, that means they're folding a very high percentage of hands.
Yep. 6-3 offsuit facing this is just going to let it go as well.
Yeah, one of the few hands that we're not really interested in playing, even with that big blind ante out there.
小野特地点名叫你去参加。小野很搞笑的。
14 million plays 23. No real cataclysmic wars so far between these guys. It's been relatively quiet. See if anything is set to change soon.
Some big potential on that first hand with the ace-queen suited versus king-10 of diamonds. Top pair plays royal flush draw. Forget everything I'm saying, Jordan. We've got a hand. Ace-king plays ace-jack suited. I imagine this time Luke will find the 3-bet out of the big blind. It can happen. Yeah, I mean, ace-jack suited's a monster heads up. Certainly a hand that we can be 4-betting, at least in theory. We need our opponent to be 3-betting a pretty tight strategy for ace-jack suited to not be able to 4-bet. And if we do get jammed on, we probably have to run it. How deep are we here? Like 47 bigs, 46 big blinds, something like that? We don't love getting ace-jack suited in, but if it comes to it, we will. $2.6 is the wager. Against tight 3-betters, we can just call this and play in position. Against players with an aggressive 3-betting strategy in the big blind, this hand is going to be a really nice 4-bet.
Yeah, 2.6 mil, and we're waiting for Zhang Yuhao and see what he's going to do here. He started this one with around 44 blinds. Are we going to see him utilize more of those pink chips? What sizing would you have preferred?
4-bet. Yeah, I mean, like, Lou's done a good job. The options for Zhang here is either to basically click it, kind of like this, make it like just shy of 5 million or around 5 million. Or it wouldn't have shocked me to see him jam, just given how awkward the stack size is compared to that 3-bet. And we see the 4-bet has come through now. Lou's going to pull the trigger on the all-in. I think he should have taken a little bit more time here, because we've seen this before, the quick all-in, and it was the ace-king last time, and it's the ace-king now.
Are we going to see an all-in here?
Read. I mean, in theory, once you 4-bet this, you're putting it in. Looks like he has made the call, and he'll get the bad news.
And the cards are turned over, and we hear the sigh. Not happy. Can he get out of this one? 30% of the time, he will keep this heads up going. But the other 70%, we will have a champion here in the KPC main event. Let's listen to Fernando call this one out and see what happens.
One clean run out for Lu Hui, and it's all over.
价值30万的 flip。30万的 flip。什么？我说价值30万的3K。
我倒觉得还好，打都打了就无所谓这个了。这盘你会靠多一点还是4比多一点？
这个盘我靠呀。
我是4比多一点。
哦。
Wow, sick one, Jordan.
Definitely is very, very sick.
turn and river are clean for the top. Zhang finds himself cooled and finds himself the out that he needs on the flop. Momentum was all Lu Hui for the beginning stage of this heads up, but the momentum has all of a sudden turned. 28 million plays 8.7 million. There's 30 big blinds left for Lu. He's going to need to spin it back up and get himself back into this thing.
这里有多少
This is 2.
Yeah.
8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 9.
1400啊，1401啊。啊。对。
Yeah, the Ace King having to hand over majority of his stack. $94 big blinds now for Yu Hao Shang.
The chips are counted. The man is paid. We're about to get right back into the action here in our heads up. Lu Hui was one clean run out away from hoisting that trophy, but instead he's got 30 big blinds. He's at a chip deficit, and he's going to have to fight his way back into this.
Let's resume it now after that big confrontation. Queen 8 feels like a relatively decent point to start, and Yu Hui certainly feels similarly, I think. Looks like he's going to start with just a limp in the Jack 7 of diamonds. Given how Shang Yu Hao has been playing so far, I think playing passively against these button limps is probably going to be his plan. Though, yeah, he does just decide to check it, and we will just go to a flop 900k out there. Do you think you'd rather see him start raising hands like this, or do you think Jack 7 of diamonds is a fine check back at sub 30 heads up?
Yeah, I mean, the Jack 7 of diamonds is going to do okay as a check back. We can... I'd probably prefer to see him attack the limps with a hand, maybe even slightly worse. Something like a Jack 5 suited. There's a lot of ways that you can approach it. I mean, heads up's very complicated, but there's also a lot of different angles that you can attack it from. The key is just to have some strategy, have some plan. Going in blind and trying to work it out as you go is very, very difficult in a format like heads up. pretty passive hand all round there. Checks through, 7 bets the river, and the queen high will fold.
还有20多个 BB 还能玩。我以为我们中瞬间就有个人稀稀不出来了。
啊？
我以为
这有什么好实施不实施的？这种不是常态吗？我还输1比10的单挑呢。线上经常输1比10的单挑，那么5比1的单挑也经常输。
线上我反而这种牌会靠多一点。Sorry.
Now, Korea, I'm going to try something. Can you just let me know what the levels are like of this? And how it sounds for you right
Okay.
主要是我没有跑过单挑，没有。
All right. What am I listening for?
没有学习过。
No,
I'm hearing all sorts. Oh, you're a little bit quiet.
I'm a little bit quiet. How about now?
That's a bit better.
Okay. And can you hear Tom if he talks?
Hello, Corey. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Tom is quiet, but hey, Tom.
Yugshamash, Corey. How's it going?
Oh, it's very good. It's good to hear your voice.
Yes, very nice.
Fortunately, Tom is no longer in any of the tournaments that he played today, which included the Baby Dragon, Flights 1C, 1D, and a Hyper, I believe. Is that correct?
And the main event, Jordan.
Oh, wow. I am deeply sorry, sir. It's not been a very good day, but he's here with us to chat about Heads Up. Very experienced in the format.
Yes, as someone who never reaches Heads Up, I'm very excited to commentate on it, Jordan.
So we're going to have to try and...
Well, we're thrilled to have you here.
I'm sure we'll be able to get it done.
Oh, yeah, we'll manage.
The rowdy cash tables are not making this very easy, are they, Jordan?
I've been saying they're really quite loud in that next room, but that's all right. We can party, and it doesn't look like either of these guys are going to be partying. Yet again, both players with diamonds, but not enough out there to cause much drama.
So it looks like somebody raised pre-flop. Looks like the... What happened pre-flop here?
I think it was actually a limp raise call.
Ah, I see. Okay, I like it. I like it.
What do you think, Corey? Are we coming with a continue with the jack high backdoor flush draws and straight draws here?
I think he's just pushing it a little bit, to be honest. But he might win the hand because Liu kind of has to check now. Oh no, he's gonna bet for some reason. Why is he betting here, Jordan?
I don't know. We saw him fire on an ace turn earlier and it was a bit spicy, but...
We also saw the 1.3x pot overbet with the ace high on the double paired board before. So Liu is certainly willing to pull the trigger on bets in spots where it's maybe even a little unclear what he's trying to accomplish. I don't know if this is thin value. I don't know if this is trying to bluff a very specific hand, but he's just keeping his foot on the gas. I mean, in Heads Up, aggression is key. Well-timed aggression is the best type of aggression, but he's showing that he's going to be aggressive nonetheless.
Do you think we're going to see much hoking or poking from either of these players?
I think all the chaos in the background from before was probably enough hoking and poking for the menu, Jordan.
Yeah, fair enough. We experienced some very high-level hokey-poking earlier.
Go on.
Well, I got the hokey-pokey stuck in my head for absolutely no reason. And for about half an hour, I just kept working it into comms.
So anyway, Liu Hui, how are we pronouncing this?
Hui, I think it is.
Liu Hui. Hui? Okay. He's gonna limp the button with 8-7 suited. I think it's a pretty reasonable play. Probably want to raise a slightly stronger hand or a slightly weaker hand.
Actually, Corey, have you and Tom ever played Heads Up against each other?
No.
No. No, I don't think so.
We have gotten three-handed though, Corey. Do you remember that one?
I remember that. That was very fun.
Flop.
This could be huge. We'll go back to reminiscing in a moment, Tom, because we've got top pair plays a combo draw here. This is not the first time we've had a flop similar to this. Hand number 1 of Heads Up was a top pair versus combo draw, and the result was maybe a little underwhelming. It was played a little bit slow from both parties. This one could certainly go a bit quicker. Queen, Jack, top pair, strong kicker. Certainly a hand that can be check raising here.
I would actually say it's a mandatory check raise, if anything. You're going to wait for Queen 6 to check raise here? I wouldn't, but I never get to heads up, so what would I know?
Even more outs now for the 7-8.
Adds a second gut shot to the arsenal.
You say he's got a very premium bluffing hand. What size would you recommend him taking across turn and river if he was to bluff it off?
Quite large, probably like 2.5 million, something like that on the turn.
Wow, you've drilled it.
Actually?
Yeah, 2.6, so close, but this is really quite impressive stuff here from Yu Hui. Fires out the overbet on this turn.
You could also check, by the way. Checking. The problem with betting is if you get jammed on, you have to call, and that kind of sucks. So that's the only problem.
And Corey, if you face jam here, are you just always calling off with the amount of equity that you have?
Probably. I'd have to stop and do some math, but I don't imagine we're allowed to fold this many outs. The one cool thing that the overbet does makes it pretty difficult for our opponent to check jam. Not a lot of hands that are check calling flop could check jam this turn. I think we're talking like we see as played, Queen 10 certainly makes sense, but you would expect Queen 10 to be check raising the flop at some frequency as well. King of Hearts on the river is not the scariest of cards. I mean, King High flush draws are going to improve to top pair. Aside from that,
deceptively back.
Yeah.
Liu's going to be bluffing some like King Deuce of clubs, King 3 of clubs on the turn, so I think it's actually a really, really bad card. It's probably one of the worst cards. Maybe the King of Diamonds or the King of Spades is worse, but it's definitely a terrible card.
Checked over
as far as
to
Queen Jack is
Lou.
concerned, he gives up.
Yeah, and we see check, and that's a massive pot going over to Shang Yu Hao, actually. 7.1 million heading over. 31 million plays 6, a 5-1 chip advantage. And after that Ace-Jack, Ace-King hand, you have to feel that the trophy is definitely favoring one side now.
Crazy
I'm
how
just going to
much
have to turn us down a little bit.
it looks like it's going to be one up this end. Six to offsuit, not a mandatory play from the button. Jack 10 suited, certainly strong enough to be raising. Very playable hand. High playability is extremely important in heads up, especially for the out of position player who's just going to take that down. And I think we're actually going to be sending these guys on a 15-minute break here. We will be ticking the blinds up when we get back shortly. We'll be, I assume, 200k, 400k. So quickly stretch your legs, guys. Grab a snack and a drink. We'll see you shortly.
Yeah, we'll see you guys relatively soon.
我们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑 ，KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament player for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
场扑克界的里程碑。KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全体。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
Start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Our tournament players for the main event final day. The tournament dealers are flop and deal.
Yeah.
们刚刚建成了一场扑克界的里程碑。KPC 写下最新高峰，让扑克的热情与魅力达到前所未有的境界。全民。感谢所有参与2025年6月 KPC 系列赛的玩家们，是你们的实力与热情让这场赛事闪耀光芒，精彩绝伦。但这只是个序章 ，KPC 即将再度回归济州岛，让我们继续撰写扑克传奇。
The start of main event day 1 of Korea Poker Cup. At the end of level 5, we have just reached the guaranteed of 800 million won. And the end of registration, we just reached 1,000 plus entries. On behalf of the Korea Poker Cup, we'd like to extend a huge thank you to all the players who have joined the Korea Poker Cup main event. We've officially hit over 1,000 entries, and the guaranteed prize pool has already surpassed 1 billion Korean won. Good luck to everyone still in the game, and keep playing confidently for Korea Poker Cup.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our coverage of this heads up here in the KPC main event at the Jeju Poker Festival 2025. My name is Jordan Bromley, one of your commentators here with Corey van Jaarsveld. Corey, we are reaching our conclusion here, and Liu Hui is going to try and have to say something about it. 1.2 million in the middle and 6 million behind. He's definitely getting pretty short.
Yeah, I mean, he was just one clean run out away from having the trophy hoisted above his head with the Ace-King versus Ace-Jack suited from just a little while ago. And it's been all Zhang since then. He's taken the momentum and run with it, creating even more of a gap. 30 mil plays 6 million at the moment. Currently, the 10 high is out in front. The 9-8 suited, picking up a gut shot, though, might be enough reason for him to stick around and turn the heat up enough to take this thing down.
Wow, looks like a bet and a fold from the 10-9. Those pink chips worth 500,000 each. Definitely a commanding lead there for the man on the screen.
And the blind's ticking up to 200, 400. These stacks, all of a sudden, they've gone from extremely deep to relatively short. Working with, what, 15 bigs at the moment? Doesn't take much to get 15 big blinds in heads up, I'll tell you that.
Absolutely not. Ace-4 could be one of those hands that he just rips here. 10-5 offsuit obviously cannot call. He does just jam. And I'm loving this. Don't want to see any limping or any min raising at this stack depth with a hand like this. Just pile it in. 12.5 big blinds with ace-4 suit. Ace-4 offsuit heads up is absolutely plenty. And you can see that Liu Hui is not happy with how this has eventuated. He had his opponent out, all but fading one jack, which unfortunately for him appeared in the window on a jack 5-6 flop with his ace-king going down in flames against ace-jack. But as we've seen time and time again, anything can happen. Heads up, right, Corey?
Yeah, we have seen some swings in our time, that's for sure. And Lou's going to need another one. He put the right hand in and had his opponent with 1 foot out of the door. But he's still got to fight his way back into this now. King 9.
Looks like King 9 offsuit is going to qualify.
Jam. A big part of heads up typically is outplaying your opponent post-flop, getting a read on their tendencies, the mistakes they're making, and trying to take advantage of it. When we're working with short stacks like we are now, and especially if we start getting even shorter, a big part of heads up is just not getting fancy. Take the jams, especially with that big blind ante in there. Denying equity is so powerful. And just increasing the frequency that you can pick up the 1 million chips put into the middle before the cards are dealt. That's the key when we're at short stack heads up. We could see all the chips in immediately. Queen 10 makes sense to jam. King 9 should be calling here, in my opinion. Opponent can be shoving King X hands that you dominate. They can be shoving some 9X hands that you dominate. Suited connectors, small pocket pairs, things like Ace 3 offsuit that you've got really good equity against. This is a missed opportunity here for Lou. Yeah, this is quite in line with what I was saying a moment ago. If you're able to just take the jams, keep it simple, and take pots away, you are going to be the one getting the better of more heads-up matches. Missing out on opportunities to get the chips in good like this could certainly cost Lou a chance to win that trophy.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is going in, Jordan. I would wager all my money
against a hand that looks similar but is not aces for Zhang Yuhao, and he wakes up with it.
Let's gamble.
Let's gamble, he says. The one thing that's
working
in
Lou's shrug of the shoulders when he sees the aces.
Yep, the only saving grace is that no one's folded a 4 yet. Both of them are still in the deck.
Let's hear Fernando call this one out to potentially get us to a champion.
Oh, Jordan!
Oh my god.
The 4 of clubs.
What an insane flop. He needs to fade kings and aces. 7 is clean. 4 outs need to be dodged for this heads up to continue. Oh my god!
What is that run out? A counterfeit full house to clinch the title, the trophy, and 200 million won.
In the most incredible and absurd of circumstances, we have our champion, Zhang Yuhao. Congratulations, you are our champion of the KPC main event. And wow, as we get set up for the awards ceremony, we're just going to quickly look back on the entire series. This year's K Poker Cup once again demonstrated its phenomenal scale and popularity, solidifying its position as a leading force in the Asian poker scene. Since its debut in April this year, the K Poker Cup has rapidly risen to become one of the most influential emerging brands in Asia. The inaugural main event attracted over 1,200 players, and this one broke new records with 1,452 entries, setting another historic milestone. As this Jeju Poker Main Event Festival continues that momentum, drawing over 1,500 players across high rollers as well. These impressive figures across the 3 consecutive events highlight KPC's strong capabilities in tournament planning, competitive quality, and brand influence, marking its successful ascent into the ranks of world-class poker festivals. KPC has not only set new participation records, but also elevated the overall scale and professionalism of its tournaments. From the rhythm and structure of the gameplay to venue design and live broadcast production, every detail reflects the organizer's maturity and international vision. KPC Series has also brought together a star-studded lineup of elite players, including Paul Hua, Xuan Tang, Danny Tang, Tony Lin, Elton Sang, Mao Renshi, Weiren Pugh, Lei Yu, as well as a WSOP bracelet winner, Joseph Chung, and ladies event champion Sheena, whose participation has further heightened the excitement and prestige of the series. Beyond the main event, KPC also offers a wide variety of side events, entertainment, and tournaments, allowing players of all levels to enjoy the thrill of competition. Along with that, the schedule being well-paced and impeccably organized once again showcases KPC team's professionalism and meticulous attention to detail. Looking ahead, KPC's momentum shows no signs of slowing down, for in January, KPC will officially collaborate with LPT, the Long Poker Tour, launching a 10-day poker festival from the 3rd to the 12th of January. This Grand New Year poker celebration will feature a guaranteed prize pool of 1.96 billion Korean won, with the main event alone guaranteeing 880 million. Players from around the world will gather once again to keep the poker fever burning strong. Adding to the excitement, the King Poker Cup, a brand new premium tournament series, will make its grand debut from the 11th to the 16th of January as well, carrying forward the honor and the spirit of the K Poker Cup. The King Poker Cup will provide an elite international stage for top professionals and high roller players. Among the world-class participants are Winfred Yu, Elton Sang, Xuan Tan, Tony Lin, Ye Wang, Quan Xiao, Li Yu, Dong Chen, Charles Yu, and Shunu Zhang, all set to battle for the ultimate title in this Clash of Kings. And this year's main event also featured a special reward. Each player finishing in the top 16 received a 5k USD ticket to that opening event in January in 2026, totaling a generous 80,000 USD in prizes from KPC. Early bird registration is now available. We're showing on the screen some of the official packages that you can sign up for to lock your seat in at the festival and the series in January. Contact the KPC official customer service team to secure your seat and be part of the most anticipated poker festival of the new year. As of right now, though, the atmosphere remains electric. Staff are making preparations for the awards ceremony for the main event. Soon we will witness the crowning of our new champion, a player who has risen above thousands of competitors to claim not only the grand prize, but also the honor and the glory as well. With skill, perseverance, and passion, the champion has written a new chapter, not only for themselves, but for the legacy of the K Poker Cup. One thrilling tournament after another, the K Poker Cup continues to define the new era of Asian poker. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. The awards ceremony is about to begin. Corey, what an insane main event that was. Are you still here with me? Because it sounds like we're going to have quite the celebration on our hands once we finish setting up for the show on site. Hope you guys have enjoyed the coverage quite a lot. I've had quite a lot of fun commentating it, and hopefully, Corey, you have as well.
I've had a blast as always. What an awesome main event. A lot of excitement, a lot of fun hands, some pretty sick ones towards the end there for sure. I mean, we went from four-handed down to heads up basically immediately. And then as soon as the heads up kicked off, we had monster flops, monster hands clashing. suck-outs, re-sucks. We had it all here for the KPC main event. I just can't wait for the next one.
Yeah, it's definitely not over yet, though. In the background, we've still got the KPC High Roller. We've also got a High Roller Hyper Turbo happening at the moment. 72 entries for a 2 million Korean won buy-in at 10 o'clock at night is ridiculous. The Jeju Poker Festival marches onwards, as well as that the Red Dragon portion of the series has just kicked up with the Day 1A of the Red Dragon Championship beginning today. Players in the field like Patrick Antonius, Punat Punsri, and a few other notable names are definitely in the mix. So keep your eye out and you might see them pop up on the live stream over the next few days, because we've still got plenty going on, guys. It's not over just yet. We've still got 5 more days of poker action to bring you on the live stream. Tomorrow we will have day 2 of the Baby Dragon opening event for the Red Dragon Poker Tour. And so we definitely have plenty more for you.
Yeah, I mean, we've still got the Red Dragon Prestige High Roller coming up in a couple of days. Red Dragon Championship. We've got the Prestige High Roller later on in the week. All sorts of good stuff still to bring you guys on the broadcast as we see the Jeju Poker Festival through to its conclusions.
Let us know in the chat if you guys have enjoyed our coverage. I've definitely enjoyed being a part of it. Going to have myself and Corey back tomorrow for day 2 of the Baby Dragon. Later on in the week, Liam Murray will make a valiant return as well on the 10th and 11th. And then on that final day, the final table will be with Corey and myself. Taking a look at some of the deals on screen here. 6 million Korean won for 6 nights.
After 3 days of epic battle here in your KPC main event, what had originally started with 1,252 players, we are down to just 1. He is your champion. The guarantee was absolutely smashed. Total prize pool over 1.4 billion. And therefore, this gentleman from China is now 200 million and change richer. Here to do the honors of presenting the trophy to your KPC main event champion. On behalf of KPC, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Mr. Jasper Jeju. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise and get behind our champion representing China. Make some noise for Zhang Yuhao. And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our amazing KPC host, Mrs. Ruru. Make some noise.
That, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the coverage, make sure you follow K Poker Cup on Facebook and on Instagram, as well as us. My name is Jordan Bromley. You can see me on Instagram at Jordan Bromley Poker. Corey, anything you want to plug really quickly before we sign out?
I mean, you guys could swing a like by implied odds poker trading if you really like. But regardless, we will see all you guys tomorrow as we bring you the action of the Baby Dragon as we play that one down to a conclusion.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a fantastic night, and we will see you tomorrow.